Oh, sorry, we're not live yet.
Oh, sorry.
We're live now.
Laser's just like, or I'm just like, oh, thanks, Laser. And Laser's just like, what?
I try not to go live until like I don't want to like surprise people. Be like, guess what? You're live now, because then you can be like ah. So I try to be like I try to tell people before we hit the live, and everybody's like, just go live. It's funny, and I'm like, okay, but I would be stressed.
What is it? Oh, are they?
Okay. So, sorry, for those of you who were here before, this is technically our third attempt at a stream. The first one didn't really get off the ground. The second one, we read one story, and then our internet broke in and out, and I actually need to edit the last, like, 20 or so minutes out of that thing, because it's just us freezing, and then coming back, and freezing, and then coming back. I can be here now. Okay, so it worked out. Maybe Tech Ghost was just, like, not without Ellery.
Thank you, Ellery, for getting rid of Tech Ghost.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for everybody who's lighting the intention candles.
Thanks.
I did the sound cleansing. Dad got the internet working again, so hopefully this will work. It actually wasn't my fault.
Yay!
Why am I not on camera? Partly at all. I'm like leaning out of frame. Okay, I'll fix this.
It's that posture thing.
I'll fix this while we're doing this. I'm also going to, I'm just going to set up in Affinity a tier list, because we really wanted a tier list these stories because they're very funny.
Sorry, I'm about to sneeze.
How dare you. For anybody who missed it in the last VOD, the one story we read was a not very long time in Dallas. Very creepy imagine. It was just like, why am I imagining this? I don't want to imagine this. This is the most toxic relationship ever. So yeah, that's what was being missed out on. So nobody missed much, is what I'm saying.
And we're thankful you're here now.
We're thankful to be here now. We're thankful you're here now.
No, and if you haven't seen the deep dive into The Simple Life, talking about Paris Hilton and Nicole Richie, then I suggest watching it.
That's what we were watching while we were testing the computer to come back. The one by Deep Dive. I think I've talked about Deep Dive a couple of times. When I did my video on the iCarly Britney Spears, that's like really problematic episode. Oh. I mentioned them because they had just started their Britney Spears series, and I think they do good videos. They're very like, they bring up something from pop culture that you might not be thinking about, but you are like, oh, I remember this, and now I'm invested.
Yes, I got really invested in the show.
Yeah.
So it was just like, oh, are they friends? Tune in to find out.
Summarize the toxic story and who was it about. Okay, so it was about Cameron Dallas, the Vine star, because this was written in 2016. And it was we or the insert character, or Marcy, or whoever you're inserting, was childhood friends with them, but like they were the cool guy and we never talked to them. But then we became friends and we hung out all the time. But then we had to move away, and we were so distraught by having to move away from them that we just left one day without like a note. No, without like a bye, and then years went by, and Cameron Dallas got famous, and then we went to Comic-Con, and in front of everybody on the panel, we told him we were in love with him, and he said he didn't know us, and then we were heartbroken, but then he had us go back to the green room, and he was mad at us because we just abandoned him, because apparently he came over to hang out like he always did, and we were just gone, because we just dipped, and then they basically wanted, it was clear that they wanted it. The first draft was NSFW, but then they were like, we can't do that. We're gonna have to sell this, and it's like a real person's name. So they like went as safe for work, like as close to the line while still being safe for work, where it's like he pinned us up against the door and then kissed us, and then yeah, it was very cringe. It was bad. Hi, Isaac.
Oh, and
wait, is this about fanfics being published as real books? Are they unaltered or published as is? So I'm not sure if these ever lived on Wattpad. I was under the impression that they were on Wattpad and then curated. These are self-insert fanfics that this project apparently was headed up by Anna Todd of After Fame, which is one of the worst book series of all time. We all can agree. Which started out as Harry Styles fan fiction. So all of these writers, there's like 30 of them, came together and all wrote or contributed their Wattpad imagines. And this is something that I found in the dollar store.
And yes, Laser, I do have a runny nose, just to answer your question.
RPF.
Just to cut in.
Roleplay, is that roleplay fiction? I think, so here's my thing, right? I think there's a lot of really talented writers in the fanfic space. I'm definitely not anti-fanfic. I just think that this kind of like imagine is less creepy, more ethical when it's real person fanfic. Yes, real person fanfic is weird. I'm not particularly against, unless it's just the ones that are just like, oh, we were baking cookies. Imagine baking cookies with this person. It's like, okay, I guess that's harmless, but like the ones where it's like, and then we kissed, and then blah 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 blah, and then it got like steamy, and it's just like, this is a real person. I feel like that, unless it's like Jeff Goldblum, who's like, yes, write the fanfics about me. I think it's funny. I just feel weird about it, and so I was just like, eh. I don't mind character fan fiction so much, but real person, yeah, no, I'm 100% with you. I don't like real person fan fiction, which is the biggest cringe factor of this. If you're gonna write this kind of fan fiction, definitely like the character, like the fictional characters, like the Marvel AU where you're an Avenger and blah 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 blah. You date your favorite Avenger. I don't know. Those are much more normal to me because those are not real people. No, I'm like a prolific fanfic writer. Okay, same. Yeah, we're on the same page. Because like fanfic writers get a bad rep for being like cringe, and like a lot of them are really talented. Hey, Late Horror Show. Evening, we're back. Hopefully for, well, not good. I mean, we're not gonna live here forever, but like, I read a lot of fanfic, but real person fanfic is, yeah, I'm not. When I saw this, part of it was just like, there was part of me that was like, I had to like, I kind of flipped through briefly just to be like, okay, this doesn't look like it's like not safe for work, at least. This is just creepy and we can rip off of it. But yeah, I'm not personally a fan of real person whatever. I much prefer like where you're like in the AU, like the Star Wars AU. You know, I think that's much more interesting and just not creepy because that's not about a real person. It's okay to like imagine and take creative liberties with like people that are not real.
You're dating Ray, but you're a normie.
Right, because if like Daisy ever saw that, she'd be like, "Oh, that's funny. People have a crush on Ray." When it's like real person fanfiction, I'm like, if they came across this would be so creepy. At least to me, I'd find this very creepy. What I wonder is how they got it. The authors of the source material. What I wonder is how they. Well, the authors of this book are the authors. The only thing that I wonder is like, how can you sell something with a real person's name attached to it? I guess, I don't know. I don't know how you do this. I have questions. Like when I was a kid, I wrote a lot of self-insert fanfic about me dating the entire Teen Titans or Young Justice LMAO. Yeah. We all I think had, well, I definitely had that phase where it was like, I'm gonna write a fanfic about dating my favorite crush that's a fictional character, but like, oh, real people is just, don't put that online. It feels like it's weird and they could find it somewhere, you know? I still can't believe in the ER diagnosis murder crossover fanfic they made John Carter the killer. Oh, interesting. I've seen any ER, but I have seen Diagnosis Murder quite a bit. I grew up watching that show because I love Dick Van Dyke.
I'm sorry, that's supposed to be a phase.
My favorite Marl... I mean, you could still be into that now and just, or, you know. My favorite Marvel AUs are where every Avenger is still alive and they're all together. Oh, I will always read those. Yes, I will always read in this, and it's canon now because the Marvel multiverse is a thing. So literally everything that could happen has happened somewhere. So it's like,
everyone's
I choose
alive.
to live in this reality. As long as it doesn't paint the real person in a bad light, you can use a celebrity's name in a fiction, unfortunately, because it's only illegal if it's defamation. Yeah, yeah. And definitely they all are like, this person is the best person of all time. So I guess it's not defamation. I mean, it's harmless and fun when it's a character, but it's weird when it's someone real, because that's like sexual harassment. Yeah, again, yeah. Again, if it's like the ones that are just like, I think the Benedict Cumberbatch one was fine, because we just kind of like solved a mystery with Benedict Cumberbatch, and it was just like an old-timey mystery. And it's like, that's wholesome. I don't think anybody would have a problem with that. It's the ones where it's like, and then he pushed me up on the wall, and we kissed passionately. It's like, oh, I don't like this.
But toppling the patriarchy with the use of selfies was fun.
That was fun. Kim Kardashian toppling the patriarchy with selfies, so fun. That was just silly and fun.
Oh gosh.
While Gabe is doing that, I'm going to be over here making a tier list as we go, because I want to tier list these stories. We didn't do that last time. So yeah, that's what
Okay.
we're doing. Everybody who missed the last one only missed the one story that nobody wanted to read anyway, because it was creepy and cringe. We think you're reading what, a Rebel Wilson fic? We don't know for
Yeah.
sure.
I think so.
So long as it isn't sexual or the person isn't like married if they flirt with people in the fiction. Yeah. Or like again, Jeff Goldblum is like, you can write fan fiction because Jeff Goldblum is Jeff Goldblum and he doesn't care. And he's like, I think it's funny, and it's like, okay, I guess you can write all the fan fiction about Jeff Goldblum you want.
Instead of the celebrities, it's just Jeff Goldblum.
Is there? I wish there would be a Jeff Goldblum one in this one.
Oh gosh, if only.
If only.
I woke up and
I.
I woke up and I heard thudding footsteps and there was a T-Rex outside my door and Jeff Goldblum burst in and he's like, wait, we need to defeat the T-Rex with the power of a high five, and you have to high five Jeff Goldblum to save the day. I don't know. Try to be wholesome here.
Yes, we are live, Texas. Sorry, everybody. I will edit the shortest VOD on my channel because we only got to read the one story before the internet just stopped.
Oh,
but we got that one. We got cleanly through one, but that was it.
Oh gosh, I'm just imagining, since it's the shortest, that's the one everyone's gonna go to, and they're just gonna hear the story about Cameron Dallas.
And then it's gonna be like the most watched thing on my channel. Like Scamilton is the most watched thing on my channel, that video, and I'm just like, I'm so grateful, and so many people have found me through this, but also, oh god, that's gonna be the most viewed thing on my channel until the very end of time.
Oh no, everyone will know you for Scamilton. Or the Velma video, because that's pretty popular.
Nothing could beat Ashwood is A tier. Ashwood is, dare I say, whatever we would consider an S tier. It was like a genuinely good story. I was like, oh, there's puzzles. There's like, it's a mystery. And there's like, it was very like Haunted Mansion-y. And I was just, but Benedict Cumberbatch was there. And we were there. And it was just like, okay, this is fun.
We have to use our brains.
I can get down with this one. I was like solving the puzzles and being proud of myself and then being sad when I was wrong.
Oh.
I was engaged. Okay. So you're gonna, I guess, just start over because we only got like, what, half a page in before it died.
Yep. Oh, and there's an Australian character in this.
Yes.
And if Rebel's here, then two. Even, or is she Australian or New Zealand?
She's Australian, right? Yeah, she's Australian.
Okay, just making sure. I don't want her to find this and be like,
how dare you?
You idiot! I'm from New Zealand. Me and my girlfriend are gonna come over and beat you up, or whichever. I don't know. And she'll like, I'll cut you with my jawline because I have a jawline. And oh, that's British. But anyway.
I mean, what is an Australian accent if not?
Australian.
I mean, same thing with Southern accents. They derive from English accents because like colonization.
Oh yeah. Just saying, Australian. Hello, Australian. Laser, cover your ears. I don't want to make you cringe. Stick It to Eve by Rebecca Scott. Oh.
I'm gonna have to. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, sorry.
We're gonna have to. I'm gonna have to have you watch Round the Twist and some other Australian stuff with you. You would have so much fun.
We need to watch H2O if we're gonna watch Australian stuff.
Yes, I have to go back to H2O. I did the first 2 episodes and then didn't. But wait, who's Australian? Rebel Wilson. We think this is an Imagine about Rebel Wilson. And
there's like a owner of a comedy club that's also Australian.
Yes.
And then Laser here is Australian. All the Australians. I love Australia. Go Aussies. Anita Wiglet is one of my favorite drag queens, but she's from New Zealand.
The British sent their prisoners. Yeah, like 12 specific crimes. Yes, it was literally a prison colony.
Oh, that's fun.
And now it's bloomed into a bright and wonderful culture.
They say the C word, and it's okay over there.
In some circles in America, it's also okay.
Yeah.
I guess it depends on who's saying it and what the context is.
Oh gosh, Laser's like, how dare you? But I thought that was a common thing that they do in Australia. They say the C word.
Laser brought that up, yes.
Oh, okay, cool. I feel like I'm gonna offend somebody one of these days. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'll just go into my Jewish accent, and then
be like, no, wait, remember I'm Jewish.
It's okay, guys. I'm Jewish. Everyone's like, why is he jumping all over the place? Okay, Stick It to Eve by Rebecca Sky. Imagine, you are awesome. At least that's what you tell yourself as you stare into the mirror, rubbing the orange splotch from your neck. The truth is, you don't feel awesome. The lady at the salon convinced you that spray tans were a good idea. She said, the darker your skin, the skinnier you look. And you believed her, so you got sprayed. Twice. You can be so gullible sometimes. Impersonating a pumpkin isn't even your biggest worry. You're exhausted, and the last time you were this tired, you completely froze mid-set. You've only had 2 hours of sleep because you spent the night staring at the ceiling, stressing about your reunion. You haven't seen Eve Winters in 10 years, long before her famous talk show, back in the days when she took it upon herself to remind you of your excess baby fat and that gap in your teeth. The same gap you can't help noticing now. It seems bigger than you last remembered. Lack of sleep, orange skin, gap teeth, baby fat, which is being poorly camouflaged by the spray tan and tan with Spanx. Now, if only you could breathe. Heavy footsteps echo off the rickety plywood of the backstage area. When the dusty velvet curtain flap opens, you turn from the mirror to the large figure of Tony, Showbiz Tony, as he likes to be called. Hey, kid. He stares at his reflection and buffs his bald head with his fingerless gloves. His Australian accent is inflected with the LA drawl, that lazy, relaxed surfer vibe. It sounds out of place with his biker gang look. You've often wondered how a tough man like him can spend his entire savings on this hovel of a comedy club. But you never ask because he's taken a liking to you. He's given you a chance to pursue your dreams of stand-up, supporting you even. He was the first to tell you that you could be like your comedy hero, Rebel Wilson.
Our hero.
But mostly you don't ask because he's a Hulk angry when he's mad. He's Hulk angry when he's mad. So we got some blowings, he says, and Tony talk, that means there's actually a crowd. Suddenly the air in the small space backstage feels too thick to breathe, and you're worried you're well rehearsed, i.e. practice in the shower to your half-empty bottle of body wash and an old loofah sponge, who thought you were hilarious, material won't stand up. He looks up, his deep brown eyes locking onto you, his smile turning into a frown. What's wrong with your face? Nothing, you add under your breath. It's a tan. A tan? I'm from the outback. I know, tan. You look like a carrot. You cross your arms and mumble. Thanks. Listen, I pulled some favors and brought a maid in the biz to see you tonight. You're funny and I want to help you out. He leans in, putting his large, calloused hand on your shoulder. It's cold, wet, and shocking. His hands are normally wet from handing out dewy beer bottles. The shocking part is he touched you. He hates touching. His friend must be important. Though you got me worried with your, he pauses, waving his hand around your face like he thinks the action will conjure a spell to remove the pumpkin hue. And for a moment, you hope he can. He clears his throat, adding in a gruff voice, the voice he gives drunk customers when he kicks them out. I don't want to see any of that crocky stage freeze bullcrap you pulled last week. Got it? You nod and force a polite smile. Lips closed, always closed, to hide the gap. In your mind, you see Eve Winters judging, judging stare telling you you aren't good enough. You're going to let Tony down in front of his industry friend. 10 years and she's still in your brain, making you feel like crap. It's time, he says, smiling before slipping back through the curtains. The old dusty velvet smell hits you, and the sound of crackling speakers. Tony begins, his voice muffled behind the thick fabric. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Showbiz. You pinch your eyelashes. You do that when you're nervous, and you give yourself a pre-show pep talk. You can do it. There's probably no more than 20 people out there. It's a little hole-in-the-wall comedy stage. You can be funny. You are funny. Please be funny. Then you glance at the picture of Rebel that you taped to the mirror taped to the mirror your very first show 2 months ago. Her hanging upside down from the ceiling in spandex costume from Pitch Perfect 2. Her fear of heights didn't keep her from doing her own stunts. If you want to be like her, you'll have to find a way to overcome your fear. Stage fright, the most ironic fear for a comedian ever. At least your phobia has a sense of humor. You squeeze your cheeks and smooth down your unruly hair. Backstage is cold and you rub your arms to keep warm, regretting wearing a cap-sleeve navy dress, but your reunion is in an hour and you want it to look nice. The dress, though simple, is the nicest thing you own. The motion brings your attention to the folded pictures shoved in your bodice, scratching against your skin. You smirk, thinking of him, your boyfriend. Put your hands together. Tony pulls back the velvet curtains, welcoming you to the crowd's off-sync, less than enthusiastic applause. Strutting on stage, you pick up the mic, hello, and make your way to the front. Stage lights flash in your eyes, and the unnerving rattle of people talking over you fills the room. You clear your throat, trying to breathe through the spandex squeezing your gut. You know how cats poo?
Oh no.
You spot a blonde woman stage front and pause. The woman looks a lot like Rebel Wilson. In fact, you're almost certain it's her. You know that big smiling golden hair anywhere. It can't be her, though. Why would she be here in this jump? Unless. Could she be Tony's friend? You take a step back into the protection of the bright lights where you can't see as much. The room becomes deafening. Tinkling glassware, creaking chairs, and the crumbling of Tony's faith in you. Think fast. You have to think fast. So there's these people who feed. You glance at your feet, thankful you didn't wear heels in case you have to make a break for it. They feed cats coffee beans, and they try to get the cats to a poo. So cats poo and boo. Someone shouts, "Don't quit your day job," another adds. You feel your throat clamp and your heart races. Your hands are too clammy to hold them. Your heart race. I think it's supposed to be your heart races.
Oh, that's the third typo we found.
Oh my gosh.
These were not proofread clearly. If they were on Wattpad, they were ripped right from Wattpad and not checked.
Yeah, your heart races. Your hands are too clammy to hold the mic. So you do the only thing you can. You turn and run, slipping behind the curtain and sneaking out the side exit, hoping to avoid Tony. You know your performance was worse than mediocre. You don't need to hear him say it. As cold as the club was, it's colder outside. You hug your body to keep warm, regretting not bringing a coat. Glancing to the street, you notice a limo you hired to take you to your reunion. It's early. You check your watch and see you still have 10 minutes to hide from Tony until your hot model boyfriend, who happens to be a doctor, arrive. You've imagined this meeting so many times that you're beginning to believe he really is your boyfriend and a doctor, and not just because you paid an exorbitant amount to a model agency to hire for the night. You were embarrassed to cash in your savings for a date, but you decided it was necessary. You didn't want to show up to your high school reunion alone and no one to dance with. Only losers did that, and you are not a loser, or you want to believe. More specifically, you want Eve to believe. You spent enough of your life telling you no one would ever want to be with a loser like you. You can't prove her right. You won't. You walk to the limo, glancing down the graffiti-littered alley, half expecting Tony to come barging out the exit, but he didn't. No doubt he's on stage telling some fanciful story in your absence, trying to entertain the customers long enough that he'll stick around for the next performer. Tonight did not go as planned. You wanted to nail your performance, hoping it would help loosen you up for the reunion. Now you feel more inside yourself than normal. That's when you notice your fingers swiping up and down your copper arms. They're worse than your splotchy neck. A dark line frames them as though you've recently traced your hand with a thick orange Sharpie. The stupid tan is starting to make you feel a certain camaraderie with the cat in the hat and his darn pink spot. You lick your thumb trying to rub the line, too focused to see the man walking towards you until he speaks. "Is this your limo, ma'am?" You look up, recognize his face. It's different from what you expected. You pull the folded picture from your bodice, suddenly aware of every food smear and coffee stain on it surface. You're certain your desperation can be read through every blemish and scratch on the printout. You've looked at this picture a lot, wished it were your real boyfriend even, and now you hold it up, comparing it to the person before you. Rude, yes, but you need to be sure they're the same person. Maybe the agency had a mix-up and sent the wrong model, but when you see them side by side, you realize the stubble jaw and the deep, knowledge-filled eyes from the magazines are merely a well-concocted Photoshop edit. He's teenager smooth. Can he even grow facial hair? He's supposed to be older, traveled, educated. You're supposed to tell the tales of his adventures in Africa, giving medical care to villagers and babies, not tell stories of how he is a baby. "How old are you?" you say a little aggressively. "I'm 20. He snaps his gum and leans into the brick wall. 20? You can't even drink. Your heart starts to flutter and you feel a panic attack coming on.
A panic? Oh god.
Your fingers hover by your eye. How will you face Eve with a doctor boyfriend that's really a college dropout underwear model? What are you thinking? What will she think? You groan and pinch your eyelashes. Are you feeling okay? You look off. The boy takes a step back, like he's afraid to catch whatever it is you have. He can't catch a spray tan, although technically you did. You sigh, realizing you've become the type of person you make fun of from stage. It's time to go home and tuck yourself into bed with your real boyfriends, Ben and Jerry. Tonight deserves a full quart of peanut butter half-baked. "Ma'am, there's been a mistake. You won't be needed anymore. Thank you for your time." You slip into the limo because you already paid for it, and you might as well have it to take you to the store for ice cream and then home. You watch the boy walk away from the warmth of the car, but then you hear someone clear their throat. You're not alone. Slowly, cautiously, you turn towards the stranger. It couldn't be. When she gets tired of your gawking, the blonde next to you says, You know who I am, right? I'm not Meryl Streep. She flips a curl over her shoulder, showing off her necklace, the B word, and a thick gold bejeweled chain. People often confuse us because of our mutual refined elegance, but no, I'm not her. Oh, you know who she is. You know that accent anywhere, and you've seen almost every show and movie she's been in. You even watched her back on Fat Pizza when she played the girl from the P word gang. Rebel? Rebel, you manage. In the flesh. Now, why are you in my limo? Your limo? I heard it to take me to my reunion. You stop realizing it was early because it wasn't your limo, and also realizing that it was Rebel in the crowd. She was there at Tony's watching you choke. Sorry for everything, for Tony, for you start to unbuckle yourself and reach for the door. Wait, she makes you turn back. The cat poo. What was the punchline? Oh, something about her warm smile and cheerful eyes put you at ease. You want to tell her your joke no matter how bad it is. To your comedy hero, people make coffee with the beans that the cat poo out. The cats poo out. She nods and your excitement grows. It goes for hundreds of dollars a cup. The punchline was, what if they made
Oh gosh.
human puccinos?
Hmm.
Fed it to a Chinese.
What?
Fed it.
Where am I? Huh. Huh. Fed it to people of different ethnicities so that you get different blends?
Yeah.
Why are we... What's happening right now? Why are we here? How did we get here? I don't know. I have questions.
Oh gosh. She blinks slow, presses her lips into a thin line. You're worried she hates it. That you're the worst comedian ever. Then she laughs, really laughs, and her chest bobs with emotion. I could charge a sweet, sweet dime for Rebel Roast. Ugh. You laugh too, so hard your eyes tear up. There are so many things you want to say. You are sitting next to your hero after all. She just made a bad situation something you can find funny.
Did she?
I guess so. You want to thank her for all those times you pushed through your fears and insecurities because of her influence. But before you get the chance, she speaks.
She speaks.
So what's with licking your fingers? You were hoping she didn't see that no one saw that. I got a stupid tan. I thought it would make me look skinnier. Skinnier? Why skinnier? She crosses her arms and sits back. You hope you didn't offend her. How do you explain about Eve, about feeling stupid for showing up to your reunion chubby and alone? For one night, I just wanted to feel pretty enough that someone would want to dance with me.
Oh my god.
You are pretty, she says with a smile on her face. Not as pretty as me, but I mean, not many are. She winks and nudges your arm, and you know she's joking, but her confidence is so refreshing, so unexpected, that you wish you could borrow one tiny bit of it. With her confidence, you could take on the world. You don't need to be a supermodel to get a boy. You just need to use your talents. She nods at your chest, like your brains and stuff. I wouldn't supermodel. Supermodels are mutants. Less than 1% of women have those bodies. Why would you want a man who digs mutant freaks when he can have a goddess?
Okay, don't call people freaks. I get it. But, like, there's nothing wrong with being a model either, I guess.
Well, according to Tyra, you can only be a model or else you stink.
And you have to be a lowly actress.
Oh gosh, don't be an actress. How dare you think of it?
No, Rebel Wilson did not hire us as an escort. This is... We hired an escort, but kicked him to the curb because he was too young.
Yeah, you hired a model with some acting abilities.
And accidentally got into Rebel Wilson's limo. You know what I know.
She rolls her arms over her chest, finishing with an air karate move above her lap. You fight back a giggle. Just then the window behind the driver lowers and he catches your eye in the rearview mirror. I like supermodels, he says in a thick European accent. Those freaks I can get behind. Shut up, Alfred, Rebel snaps. No one asked you. My name is Frank. Do you want me to fire you? Is that what you want? Do you want me to fire you? Is that what you want? You fired me yesterday. She inspects her nails and rolls her eyes. Yeah, well, if you keep at it, I'll fire you again. He raises the partition because, driver, roll up the partition, please. Beyonce plays muffled from the from the driver's side. He's not mad. You see his smile in the mirror. Min, she turns to you. That one you were talking to, who was he? Oh, before you can formulate the answer, she pulls the crumpled picture from your fingers. You fight the urge to dive across the seat and grab it back, and instead rest one hand on the door handle in case you need to run. Rebel unfolds it and studies the image, her hazel eyes darting over the page to you in question. What's a little more humiliation? I hired him to pretend to be my boyfriend. She laughs, and when you don't join her, she sets the picture on the empty seat between you. Seriously? You ache to grab the paper to hide it back in your bodice, but you let it stay there, taunting you, unraveling all your biggest secrets to your hero. That's sad. It reminds me of the time my mom forced a kiwi stud on one of her B words. Your mouth dangles open. You don't know what to say. That poor B-word had 6 pups. They'll probably grow to be sheep. Yeah.
What?
Sheep.
Oh.
Yeah. Sorry. Your mouth dangles even wider. Have you seen my movie How to Be Single? The topic change catches you off guard. Not yet. You feel bad for not seeing her latest release, but you haven't had a chance with all the reunion planning. It wasn't easy finding an imaginary boyfriend. Then I suppose I'll have to teach you myself. She claps and turns to the front. Alfred! Frank, he corrects. Take us to the warehouse. She glances over at you, her eyes rolling up your dress. You need to get your better single and ready to mingle outfit. She leans over and whispers, mingle, but not the way you think. Oh, that's okay. Your cheeks heat at the thought. I wasn't going to go anymore. Well, I wasn't going to be awesome today. Then I thought, that's ridiculous. You can't not be awesome. You smile, covering your mouth to hide the gap, and you go along with Rebel's plan. Besides, you don't want this moment to end. You've always dreamed of hanging out with your hero, and it's actually happening. After a few minutes, Frank pulls up to the building on the nicer side of town, and Rebel escorts you in. It's filled wall to wall with racks of her new clothing line. Rebel Wilson for Torrid. You try on almost everything and agree on a cute red and black lace peplum dress that accentuates your curves in all the right places. Rebel even does your makeup using her own supply and pulls your hair back into a bun, somehow managing to tame it all into one elastic without any bumps. She brings you a mirror where you inspect yourself. You look younger, bolder, beautiful, the orange glow hardly noticeable under the pale foundation. But most of all, you look confident. How do you feel about your reunion now? The thought of Eve Winters comes flooding back, and you doubt that a nice dress and well-styled hair will be enough to face her. Rebel's smile drops as she's reading your expression. I don't normally get serious, but you need to hear this. She plops onto the stool beside the mirror, adjusts her bra, straightens her gold chain necklace, and pats down her hair. When she's done settling, she grabs your hand and holds you in front of, she grabs your hand and holds you in front of the mirror. Confidence doesn't come from clothing and makeup. It doesn't come from hot model boyfriends or limos, even from comedy. Confidence comes from inside, from knowing you matter and that you have value. You are funny, you are pretty, and you do matter. But nothing I say will ever make a difference unless you start believing it yourself. She gives your hand a squeeze. I know it's hard to believe, but I wasn't always this secure. Sometimes people say or do hurtful things, but you have to try to find your strengths. She points at herself. Your strengths in gifts, and points to herself again, and focus on the positives. You laugh, choking back tears. Rebel is so much more than you ever thought her to be. She is funny, sure, confident even, but more than anything else, she is brave. Not many people could open up to a stranger like that. You look back at the mirror and smile, testing the gap. Maybe Rebel is right. Maybe you can embrace it as a unique, beautiful flaw. You watch Rebel and Frank pull away and wish you didn't get out, especially there at the reunion, where a giant blue and white balloon archway, your school's colors, squeaks with the wind in an awkward latex conversation. But you're here now, and you got dressed up, and you might as well make the most of it. Nerves flood you as you walk under the arch and enter the large, gaudy lobby. You follow the signs where your school crest down a set of paisley-covered corridors to a large conference room where your fellow graduates gather around a stage listening to Eve Winter speak. She's wearing a perfect blue dress, looking like she just walked out of hair and makeup, and you debate whether it was a mistake coming. Maybe you should turn and hail a cab. But something draws you to walk closer. I'm sure you've all seen my show, you hear her say. We won a daytime TV award this year. The crowd cheers and her smile is so big and fake it makes your head hurt. You could probably be home in 10 minutes if you hurry. Thank you, she nods to each person. I am so honored to host the talent portion of our reunion. Thank you again for asking me. Her Southern Belle inflection seems different, softer. You remember it being high-pitched and cutting. Should I start us off with a song?
Oh boy.
Singing is her shtick. It's how she opens every episode of Good Evening America. You hate that you know this because you've watched it. The audience seems to love the idea. They clap and cheer, encouraging her to serenade them. After all, they did go to school with a celebrity. She walks to the front, scanning the crowd. Her eyes come to rest on you. I just can't get over how some of you look the exact same, she says all sweet, but you know better. That was her first attack. You're not sticky around for another, so you slink toward the exit, but before you leave, you hear Rebel's words replay in your mind. Try to find your strengths and gifts and focus on the positives.
Wait, so Rebel Wilson is like my Mufasa?
Yes.
Remember who you are. Okay.
Yeah, she's just in the clouds. But I'm just imagining Rebel Wilson like in the clouds with the light behind her, just speaking.
Like, ah.
Speaking like positivity. The last thing you want is the insecurity you feel around Eve overshadowing what you shared with Rebel. So instead of leaving, you find a hiding place at the back beside a large plant and you watch her sing an a cappella version of Taylor Swift's Today Was a Fairy Tale.
Oh god. Sorry.
I've never heard that. The crowd sways, some hold up lighters. She's a good singer, even you have to admit it. Thank you, my darlings, thank you, she says as the music finishes, her eyes scanning to where she last saw you. I hear we have a comedian in the crowd. Why don't you come up and do a set for us? Now, where did she go? Your heart pounds. You scout out the quickest exit. Then some tall dude you vaguely recognize points to you. There she is. Eve steps off stage and glides to the back of the crowd, to your hiding place behind the plant. She holds out the mic. You grab it with one shaky hand, ignoring the smirk on her face. Hundreds of eyes train on you, watching your every move, but you only see one pair. Eve's ice blue stare as she holds the handle, refusing to let you fully take it. You fight the urge to run. You're done running. You're done letting Eve intimidate you with her success. It's time you listen to Rebel and realize your value. You can do it. You can be funny. You are funny. Please be funny.
Please don't tell the shit.
Yeah, please don't tell the coffee joke. Not the coffee joke. I'd love to. You lie. She looks you over from head to toe, cringes, and lets go. As she does, the crowd parts, giving you a path to the stage. Before you make it to the stairs, you hear excited murmuring. You hope they aren't expecting greatness from you. You'd be happy to even get through your whole routine without stuttering. Then someone grabs your arm. Let's show that B word how it's done. You stop, or let's show that witch how it's done. Yes, you stop mid-step, your eyes widen when you see her. Rebel?
You upstaging me, Rebel? How could you?
Dressed head to toe in a black Catwoman costume. So yes, the answer is yes. There she is. I'm here for your backup. Her smile is so big her smile is so big you could hug her. How did you know? Well, I set a call ahead and said you'd perform. You didn't. I really wanted to hear the punchline. Also, I've been dying to find some way I can wear this. She pinches the leather and pulls it out, letting it slap back on herself. You ready? You glance behind her to see Eve standing in a circle of handsome men, the old football team, you think. Then you glance ahead at the stage, bigger than you're used to, with a much bigger crowd to perform to. Deep inside, you know that of all the stages in the world, this one with Eve Winters watching is the one you need to conquer. Ready, you say, and together, Rebel and you skip up the steps. With Rebel beside you, you feel invincible. Excuse me. Hello, everyone. I'd like to introduce you to my friend, Rebel Wilson. The crowd gasps. You hear someone whisper that they thought it was her, and you're certain it's Eve's voice asking about what in the world Rebel is doing with you. You ignore the jab, take a deep breath, and walk to the front of the stage. Cat jokes. Rebel dances behind you in her cat costume, yelling as she turns and pretends to use the bathroom. You bite your lip to hide your smile, but confidence fills you. I'm sensing your silence. You think I'm crazy, but people pay a lot to drink it. Rebel nuzzles into your leg, then drops to the floor and bends in awkward places, pretending to groom herself. You can't help
Oh
chuckling.
God, this person was clairvoyant. This is before Cats the movie came out.
Oh, she is in Cats and she eats the cockroaches.
She does, yes, she does. And then she unzips her cat fur, and there's a dress underneath it.
Huh.
Yeah.
We need to find this person and be like, hey, you were clairvoyant, rebels and cats.
Why are you using this power for this?
The next few minutes are a glorious blur. You speak loudly, confidently, you're uninhibited. You walk around the stage, hop over Rebel, shake her off your leg like someone would a naughty kitty. It's a bad routine, the kind of jokes a grandpa would tell to his grandkids. But Rebel gives your ankle a squeeze. You know she's proud of how you're delivering your show, and the crowd giggles too. Some listeners even snort laugh. It doesn't matter whether they're laughing with you or at you. Your heart soars. You're doing it. You're finally doing it. Brings a whole new meaning to Italian roast, am I right? As you finish your set, there isn't a dry eye in the house, and you catch Eve's patty face, arms crossed in ice-cold glare. When she notices you watching her, she smiles like your old BFFs, but seeing that look on her face makes you realize she's just like you, insecure, neurotic, human. Suddenly, she has no more hold on you. You smile big, showing your teeth, the gap you spent years hiding, and you turn to Rebel. She playfully scratches the air. Meow. Thank you, Rebel. That was awesome. You were awesome. Oh, I know. She grabs a blonde curl. She brushes a blonde curl over her shoulder with a paw-shaped glove. And so were you. And so were you. She nods to the line of people waiting to talk to you, Eve among them. And in the moment, you know Rebel's right. Rebel's right. You are awesome, quirks and all. You hug her, and she stands limp, awkwardly patting your arm. Do you maybe want to get out of here? We can go back to Tony's and make up for my lackluster performance. Ew. She licks her paw glove and wags her hips so that the pin-on black tail follows. Beats kitty for yes. But first, there are too many beautiful people waiting for the chance with me. So let's make them jealous, shall we? She grabs your hand and pulls you through the crowd onto the dance floor.
Are we actually gonna get to kiss a girl? We better kiss a girl.
Nope, the chapter's over.
What? No.
We didn't kiss a girl and we didn't like it. We missed the taste of her cherry chapstick.
In this moment, you know Rebel is white. LMAO, the best Miss Peak. Ellery says.
Ah.
I mean, yeah, Chad has questions. I have questions. I'm mostly just... I'm concerned. I'm very concerned.
If only the joke was better, it would have been fine. Oh gosh, I'm looking at myself staring wide-mouthed at the chat, and I'm just like, oh gosh.
Oh, by the way, let's put this. Aha! Nice. Like that.
No, apparently the joke was really good. It's just really inappropriate, and I didn't want to say any of the build-up out loud. But
so here, I'm sharing this with chat. I'm making a tier list of our stories. We have the Kim Kardashian one up in and you can tell me if there's dissent. Actually good story, because fighting the patriarchy with Kim Kardashian, actually funny.
Yeah.
Just genuine. It was very like self-aware, and it was very funny and dumb, and I liked it. Silly but cute. We have the Chris Evans airport one.
Agreed.
Then we have then we have the one that...
Oh, Daniel, the Anna Todd one.
Yeah, then we have, yes, the Anna Todd one was bad.
Thanks, I hate it.
Thanks, I hate it. Very big picture.
Huh. Oh.
Sweat on his forehead.
Oh my gosh.
This goes in very, very boring. Very, very boring, I would say. We're just gonna squish because it doesn't matter. We squish.
Squish.
And I'm like, my OCD isn't that bad. And then I'm like, nah. So yeah, we have that one, which is very, very boring.
Next is Zac Efron.
Oh, Zac Efron.
I would put that under it was okay. Or would you say very, very boring?
No. I was going to say silly, but because it's just so hilarious. I forgot. I think the tier was like hilariously stupid that I forgot. I think that's what I need. I need a tier that's so hilarious, so stupid, and this one and the Zac Efron one have to go in it.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I need to do.
Oh gosh, and then there's the Norman Reedus one, which was cute.
The Norman Reedus one was cute. Yeah. So yes, I will continue working on this, but now
Okay.
I have to read.
Yay! An Unlikely Friend by Anna Todd.
I get to. Oh, we both had to read an. Wait.
Yeah.
No, I had to.
Or
Who had to read the Anna Todd one?
I read Medium.
Okay, so now we both have to read Anna Todd. That's fair.
Luckily for everyone, this is her second of 2 chapters. So after this, it should be fine. Okay. Have fun. Thanks. I get to make more dinosaurs. Dinosaurs. Is that how you say it in Australian accent? Dinosaurs. Dinosaurs.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, Patrick. That sounds awful. I'm talking about bad high school experiences.
Oh, I'm sorry, Patrick.
Who knows about this one? Yeah, we don't. I'm still worried about that Harry Styles one. Although you'd think she'd written enough about Harry Styles, considering how many. What was after 4 books, and they were all so long.
4 books.
It was 3 or 4, and they were huge.
God.
Because it was like a whole she wrote it for years on Wattpad, and so it was just like the whole thing. Dinosaurs.
Look, I have a train of dinosaurs or a conga line, or whichever you prefer. That's
honestly surprisingly positive for something in Anna Todd. The one that we just read is not by Anna Todd.
Yeah.
The one that I'm about to read is Anna Todd. If that was the question. The last one was written by
someone Sky, Rebecca Sky, I think, or
Rebecca Sky.
Rebecca Sky.
Don't harass these people. Books, I think, but I might be 5. Okay.
5.
I never read any of them. I found one in a Goodwill once and hid it because I was hoping that some child didn't find it.
Oh gosh. And we were also in that movie that they made about it.
We were. All right. An Unlikely Friend, Anna Todd. Imagine you're sitting across from your friend at a local coffee shop. It's crowded. The two of you are sitting at a small table that is leaning to one side and shakes every time you touch it. You love this shop. No matter how crowded it is, you enjoy the vibe here and stop in at least 3 times a week. You work all week waiting tables to spend your money on coffee and makeup, and then some of it actually goes toward your bills. Your friend lives with you in a small apartment. She's great and you love the friendship that you two have, but she hasn't spoken a word to you in at least 5 minutes. Her routine has been this: scroll, scroll, tap, scroll. Take a drink of her cold latte. She's been neglecting that too. Scroll, tap, tap. You love her, but you can't stand the way she constantly has her face buried in her iPhone. You enjoy social media. Now, if she was an Android girl, it would be different. You enjoy social media yourself, of course. You're not the savviest, but you enjoy swiping through filtered Instagram posts of food, friends, pets, and best of all, endless makeup tutorials that you can't seem to master no matter how easy the models make it look. Still, you're slightly frustrated by your friend's robot-like behavior. She's just a little too connected to the internet for you. You hear loud rap music coming from her phone, and she taps the screen. She smiles at her screen, and her eyes soften in such a way you figure she must be looking at a litter of newborn puppies or something. Care to share what's so enthralled? What has you so enthralled, you tease? She looks up at you, making eye contact for the first time since you can remember. Kylie, snap, she says briefly. Then her eyes dart back to the screen. You're absolutely convinced that she's possessed. She has to be to be that interested in someone's Snapchat. Kylie Jenner, of all people. You don't know her. You don't know anything about her as an actual person. You only get to see what the glossy pages of tabloids spew about her family on the cover of every single magazine. They're everywhere. There's simply no escape from them, even if you tried. I would imagine the demographic of this book is teenagers, and I would imagine teenagers cannot relate to like ew, Snapchat. Who's this written for?
It was made for 2016 people.
Oh God. You decide that you want to turn her 2 words into a conversation you can keep going, that it's better than sitting in silence staring at your Twitter timeline, waiting for one of the 60 people you follow to do something interesting. You even checked your Facebook twice. Nothing good there, except your aunt got another cat from the shelter, bringing her total up to 7. Yes, 7. That is a lot of cats. What's she doing that's so fascinating, you ask, hopeful your friend's reply will either be really engaging or else she'll realize she's been neglecting you. Instead, she looks up again this time. Offended? Her dark eyes roll and she slides her iPhone across the table. You tap the screen, touching Kylie's username, and wait for something magical to appear on the screen. Instead, Kylie, who's wearing a green wig, is in a video driving some fancy car with a red leather interior. Rap music blares through the speaker of your friend's phone, and you quickly turn it down, darting your eyes to the surrounding tables in hopes that no one is looking at you. Pause. Did Anna Todd do research by following Kylie Jenner on Snapchat to see what she posts? Or did she make up what Kylie probably posts? And where does the green wig come from? Like, I have questions.
I think she wore a green wig at some point. I can't remember.
Okay. They aren't. Thank God. Kylie's long red fingernails move in and out of focus as she drives down the street. The camera moves in on her nails again, which take up most of the screen as she lip syncs. You spell lip syncs with an H?
No.
Okay. Then I found another one. The words to the song. You tap again to hurry this along. The next snap is of 2 little dogs running around a lavish living room. She still lives with her parents, right? She's your age, and your living room is bigger than, and her living room is bigger than your apartment. Her dogs bounce around, and you can hear her giggling in the background. Aren't they so cute? Your friend proclaims. Sure, they are cute. You look back at the screen. After 3 more Kylie lip syncing videos and 1 of Kylie eyebrow waxing, you call it quits. You tried. You really did. Your friend huffs and pushes out her bottom lip, whining, "If you could just share this one little obsession with me, our lives would be so much better." You laugh at her dramatic statement and slide her phone back across the table. "Sorry," you jokingly shrug. "Love you, but I just don't get it." She nods, smiling at you for less than 2 seconds before she goes back to her obsession. You give her 5 more minutes to stare at her phone before you gently take it from her and push it deep into her messenger bag. "Listen," you say, "we've got finals tomorrow, but I promise if you study with me, I will buy you the kimojis.
Oh.
You are convinced this will soften the blow until she purses her lips and makes her eyes pop. "Like I didn't buy them the minute they came out," she scoffs and puts her jacket on. Your friend resumes staring at her phone as you 2 walk to the car, and you've been driving for about 5 minutes when she finally speaks. "Don't forget you need to film for your Polaroid. Don't forget you need film for your Polaroid." Oh, this is 2016. I do love me a good Polaroid picture, though. It's times like these when you're reminded of why you love her. You thank her and set your GPS app to the nearest Target. This is the whitest white girl imagine I've ever read. When you arrive a few minutes later, you tell her that you just need to run into the store quickly, grab the film, and leave. If she goes inside with you, there's no way in hell that you will get out of that store in under an hour. And you have to get some studying done tonight. When you walk into Target, you go to the bathroom first. After fluffing your flat hair, you go into the very last stall, right? As you finally get the wonky lock clicked into place, chaos ensues. "Kylie! Oh my god, Kylie Jenner!" Kylie Jenner would not be caught dead in a Target. What do you mean? What are you talking about, Anna Todd?
Oh, they're talking about after and how he was like 15 when she started writing the books.
Wig, we can see it. I can see it in my mind's eye. Oh, I hate it. Tex was asking what's after, and chat's telling Tex, and then Tex is like, "Oh, I hate it," and then they're like, "But it gets worse."
Oh gosh.
"Hello, police. Yes, I would like to report a creepy old woman."
And I'm just like, oh, I'm 2 years away from 30, but I'm not like creating fanfic about singers significantly younger than me, but still.
Yeah.
Or would I ever, because that's weird.
You're immediately confused because that voice. No, voices aren't your friends. What the hell is going on? To eavesdrop without revealing yourself, you lean against the stall door and it immediately falls open, launching you toward the sinks of the bathroom. Standing in front of the mirror is a girl with long blonde hair wearing a baseball cap. She turns around and look at you, and you make a weird little noise. I don't know what the noise is, but I'm assuming it's huh?
Huh? Nani?
Really, you can't even describe the noise because you've never before heard it come out of your mouth. You cover your mouth just as you realize she's pushing against the main door to keep it closed. She's wearing an oversized black sweater, black leggings, and spotless white sneakers. It couldn't really be her. You live hours from Los Angeles. You know that the Jenners never ever leave Los Angeles.
Never.
Kylie Jenner is standing right in front of you in a Target bathroom? What the? Kylie! Another female voice screams. The door pushes open a few inches and Kylie panics and repositions her body to force it back. She waves her hands at you. Help me! Without thinking, you rush over and lean your back at the door too. The people on the other side must be strong or crazy to be pushing so hard to get in. Crazy and strong, you decide. I knew I shouldn't have gone out without security. My mom is gonna fucking kill me. Her voice is softer. No, your mom is gonna love it because this is a PR opportunity. The paparazzi will get so many pictures. Your voice is soft. Her voice is softer than you imagined, and when you look over at her face again, you notice that she's not wearing any makeup, not a single drop. Her skin is much paler than when she's fully done up, and she looks much younger. Her skin is so clear, not a pore in sight. You're thinking to yourself that she's actually really pretty without makeup. I hate. Sure, if you don't feel comfortable wearing makeup, I'm not wearing any right now. It's perfectly fine, but also don't make people who like to wear makeup feel bad. Like, oh, you're so much less than the people who can just not wear makeup.
Oh gosh, it's on the same level as you'd be more pretty if you smile.
Admittedly, you thought she was pretty before, just in a different way. The girl in front of you looks nothing like the girl whose Snapchat you watched earlier. You want to laugh at the irony of the situation. Briefly, you begin... Actually, that would be the serendipity of the situation, I think. Irony, that's not irony.
Irony is something that happens that you didn't expect to happen, I think.
Irony is when something is in direct opposition to its intended purpose, or like what you thought was going to happen. So like if you're like,
or it's like how the song Irony doesn't have any irony. Is that an example? Or the like rain on your wedding day, and it like a something that you already paid. I don't know.
I guess it is technically irony because it's like, Kim, I'm overthrowing the government. Kylie, I'm being mobbed at the mall. It's not even the mall, it's a Target. Do they know what Target is? And Milo goes, Nani? With a bunch of...
Yeah.
Yeah, no, like...
Oh my wa, Mao, Shinderu, Nani? I understood that reference. Sorry.
No, you're... No, ironic is like... I always thought ironic was like, oh, it's raining on Sunday, right? Because it's Sunday, but it's raining, right? That might be a bad example. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what... Is this making sense to anybody else? Can anybody else help me? I'm so told you're so kind and positive today at work, like a bitch, and I'm working retail and like swimming in a shark, swimming to a shark if I I'm like a fucking, oh god. No, I'm wrong. Okay, I'm wrong.
No.
Someone describe irony for me. What is irony? I know what it means, but I'm wrong, and I'm just gonna keep reading. I'm not explaining it very well, I should say. Someone look up the definition of irony. Briefly, you begin to wonder if Kris Jenner has spies in every corner of the country who just wait for people to say something rude about her family, and then she sends one of them in just to fuck with the naysayers. It's possible. The woman built an empire from people's obsession with her beautiful family. Kylie pulls out an iPhone, and you note the giant crack across her screen. You have one on yours too. She is like us. It's about the only thing you could possibly have in common with an 18-year-old millionaire. You're sure of it. Chloe, don't freak out, but I'm stuck in a Target bathroom, and Chloe coming to the rescue. You can hear Khloe Kardashian yelling through the phone when Kylie frowns and moves the phone from her ear. I know, but I need help, Kylie says into the phone after her sister says something about not ever, ever, ever going into public alone. The door pushes open a few inches and you try to shove it closed. It's so heavy, there has to be a lock somewhere. There are multiple from what I remember. What kind of irony? The expression of one's meaning by using language that normally signifies the opposite, typically for humorous or emphatic effect. Okay. Okay. Cool.
I don't get it.
I do, but I'm bad at words. Hi, Owl. We're back.
Hi, Owl.
For now. Watch it while you can.
Kylie Jenner is stuck in a bathroom with our protagonist.
The door pushes open a few inches and you try to shove it closed. It's so heavy, there has to be a lock somewhere. Flailing blindly, your fingers find a latch. You quickly turn it left. A bolt clicks into place, and you breathe a little sigh of relief. Oh my god, how did you get the door to lock? I tried it, but it was stuck. Kylie reaches up and takes the baseball cap off her head and walks over to the sink. The long blonde wig is next. Her short black hair, pulled into a small ponytail at her neck, makes her look so different to you yet again. Yeah, people look different with different colored hair. Is that what we're getting at? Okay. The pushing on the door has turned into pounding on the door, and you began to wonder how the hell you're going to get out of the bathroom without being mobbed. You think you call security at that point. It's always like this everywhere you go. You feel a little guilty that you made your friend stay in the car. She would have given her left arm to be locked in a room, even a bathroom with Kylie Jenner. Kylie sighs. Yeah, pretty much. You look towards the door so people are still pounding and feel a little bad for her. She's 18 and can't even go to Target without being mobbed? Yikes. You shake your head. I'm sorry. Real talk, though, we do invade, like, famous people's privacy does get invaded quite a bit. It's not cool. But,
yeah.
Side note. It's fine. Her phone begins to ring. You aren't convinced that she thinks it's fine, but you stay quiet. She looks down at the screen and tilts her head back. Thank God. We'll be out of here as soon as my security and most likely the police get here. Kylie, please open the door. I love you, a girl screams. Kylie's face twists into a sympathetic frown and she pulls her bottom lip between her teeth. You have so many fans, you say. She sighs again and sits down on the floor and crosses her legs. She looks odd there, so pretty and rich and sitting on the dirty floor. The sad thing is she pauses to look at the door, and you admire how long her eyelashes are. Most of them aren't my fans. Half of them think they know me and my family from TV, and half hate me for the same reason. Hate? I think that's a pretty strong word to use. You walk a little closer to her and sit down, leaning your back against the long mirror that goes from floor to ceiling. Have you seen the stuff people say to me? Teenagers, adults, even grown-ass men. Oof. Some send me death threats daily. I've been attacked while leaving a concert. I've had my car egged, been booed in front of thousands of people. The list goes on and on. Oh, that's sad. Death threats? Grown men? What the hell is wrong with the world that anyone would send death threats to a celebrity for no reason at all? Well, here's the thing. The internet, and the internet sucks sometimes. It's not fair. You have to ask. I don't get it. What do those people say you did? Like, why do they hate you? You're positive that she doesn't know because more than likely there's no reason at all. You aren't completely naive to nasty side of social media. Because they say I didn't work for my money, that my family is trash, annoying, and spoiled. You have seen comments like this everywhere. You even rolled your eyes at pictures of the Kardashians on lavish vacations. You have a hair extension brand or something, right? You wish you would have paid more attention when your friend was talking about her all day, every day. Yeah, and lipsticks and endorsements and a book and a photo shoots almost every day. She closes her eyes while screaming outside the door gets louder. I'm not complaining at all. I have an incredibly blessed life, but I'm so lucky to have the life I do. It's just that I wish people would pay more attention to what I do work-wise and for my charity donations or something positive. Instead, they say hurtful things about my body, my face, my family. They don't know anything about us, our personalities, on our show and online are only what we choose them to be, I just don't understand why it's okay for male models and celebrities to post shirtless pictures, but when I wear a tight dress and get my makeup done, I get spammed by people telling me to kill myself. You stay silent for a moment, taking in everything she said. She's right. You don't know her at all. You have no particular reason to think negatively about her or her family. Why should anyone care what she's posting or doing? She's not hurting anyone. I used to ignore it, but it gets hard sometimes, Kylie said into your eyes, and you look Kylie looks into your eyes and you look down at the floor. Sorry, I probably sound ridiculous. A spoiled Jenner girl whining about her fabulous life. Her cheeks redden. You shake your head. No, it's fine. I don't know how you even deal with all of that. I mean, you were born into a family who became famous and you're using your resources. You roll your eyes in frustration. All of those people online are just hateful. Who even has the time and energy to send rude messages to strangers? I have many more blessings than curses, she smiles, picking at her long fingernails. That'd be a cool tattoo. That quote is cool. Her brown eyes light up. It so would be. It would be so lit. Lit. Kylie laughs and shakes her head. Like, dope, cool, happening. You know, first of all, Kylie Jenner has never said happening. I don't believe that for 1 second. Of all, how old is Marcy in this one? She's studying for college, but she also doesn't know what lit is? I have questions.
Oh.
Kylie laughs. Sure. You decide it's easier to agree than delve into any deeper into her language. She laughs, and you join her. When sirens break up your laughter, you turn to her. I almost forgot that I was locked in a bathroom, you say, then laugh again. The voices outside the door get louder and louder, and you hear deep masculine shouting for the crowd to back away. You and Kylie both stand up. Thanks for being cool about this. I would really, really appreciate if all this could stay here. She waves around the bathroom, sincerity in her words. Of course, I wouldn't do that. You're honest with her. She nods as if she's so quick to know you're telling the truth. What's your handle? Handle? Username, Twitter handle. Also, by the way, a celebrity would never just like open up to somebody in a bathroom because they'd be like, that's gonna be on the tabloids.
Don't trust anybody.
Oh, you chuckle, promising yourself that you will brush up on the terms you should apparently know at your age. You tell her the username and she types it into her phone. Within seconds, your phone starts chirping. Chirp after chirp, vibration after vibration. Your phone is going crazy as you try to swipe across the screen to see what is happening. The notifications are moving down your screen so quickly that you can't read them. All you can see through the digital madness is Kylie's name. Turn it on airplane mode and then turn your notifs off. You wouldn't have thought of that. I'm impressed by you, Kylie Jenner. She smiles and chews on her lip again. The door crashes open and she says, I'm impressed by you, Ed Sheeran's Cat 44, then laughs a little at your ridiculous name. It does sound pretty funny when said out loud. Kylie waves to you as three men who had to be Vikings in their past lives swept out of the bathroom even quicker than they broke the door. You go back into the last stall and finally pee. When you go to the car, your friend is lounging with her feet on the dashboard. What the hell? Did someone get caught stealing or something? You don't even know how to begin to answer her question, so you decide to get straight to the point. I was locked in the bathroom with Kylie Jenner. Your friend doesn't look amused as she looks out the window to the flashing lights of two police cruisers. Yeah, okay, she groans. Check her Twitter, you tell her with a smug smile. That one was fine.
Oh, it's over.
That was the end, yes.
Oh, okay. I was just like,
that
what?
That was very true, but also very preachy. Like, it's very true.
Yeah.
Leave people alone.
But I will say there was someone I stood in for on a set and they're like, follow me on Instagram and message me. And I was just like, oh, okay, sure. And I did. And oh my God.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
We can swap off halfway through.
But, and they're like, follow me on.
Right. She needed to use the toilet the entire time.
This is this is 196 to 252.
You want me to read? I can take half of it if you want.
Maybe. I'll just say maybe for right now.
Okay.
Maybe
Fuck double standards. True.
Yes.
No, that one was irony is another word for paradox, basically.
Oh, yeah.
Irony is when you create an expectation and then subvert it, so you put up a plaque on the wall that says accident-free workplace, and then it falls on your head. That's irony. Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw that. I was just like, oh. Yeah, and the song Irony is just about a bunch of sad coincidences.
She's an 18-year-old raised half Amish, half joking. That's fun. Hello, pizza. A pizza that giant for the simple puzzle masses. No, that one was like, I mean, it was true. I can't disagree with anything that said. Like, pizza!
Pizza. Everyone loves pizza. Hello.
Hello!
Hello! Ah! Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I must look like a yeti. or however Mrs. Doubtfire's accent
Yeah, it was
is.
just boring. Nothing really happened. Same with all of Anna Todd's writings. We're having a bit of a day, yeah. Actually really well written and kind of realistic. Honestly, better than I expected from Anna Todd. That was easily the best thing I've ever seen Anna Todd write.
Agreed.
Not that I've read too much. How's everyone? We're good. This is our third attempt at streaming. The VOD from the second attempt is still up because the first attempt, nothing really happened. Realistic, except for, I mean, I guess Kylie Joe's probably been at Target once.
When she was young.
Made me empathize, make me feel bad, because we've both seen tiny glimpses in working on set into like what goes into being a famous person, and I would never ever want that. It's gotta suck. Who's horrible? Colleen Hoover. Oh, my mother loves Colleen Hoover. It's so funny, and all I see are people being like, "Don't read Colleen Hoover," and I'm just like, I feel very trapped in the middle. I've never even picked up Colleen Hoover. Really surprisingly consistent for Anna Todd. Yeah, like very boring, but actually like nothing egregious. She said correct things. I don't usually agree with Anna Todd. Mostly, except for the judginess about makeup, I guess. As a person, but I know she's very controversial right now. Yeah. From what I've heard about her books are just very triggering, which might be your thing, might not be your thing, but that's all I know. Saw a page where they laughed at son's penis. Oh, I've heard about this. Yeah, no, they laugh at their son's penis in one of the books. I know, right?
Why would you? What? That's weird. Side note, Pizza, I love the...
He was a baby. Yes, my mom told me about this, and she was like, isn't that kind of weird and quirky? I'm like...
Side note, I understand, our Pizza's quote was from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, where it's like, everything in this room is eatable. Even I'm eatable. But that is called cannibalism, and it's frowned upon.
And it's in fact frowned upon in most societies.
Yeah, so I saw that Pizza, and I'm just like, now we're going back to... They talked about the baby...
We're talking about Colleen Hoover books. I can't judge because I've never read them, and I know some people really love them and some people really hate them, and I feel like I'm in the group of people that really hate them. Well, the issue people are taking is that her books are sold as romances, but most of them depict abusive relationships, and that's what I said when I heard about it, and like everybody's like, no, they're not abusive, and I'm like, it sure sounds abusive. They all sound abusive. That the protagonist should leave. I mean, I do think. Again, never read them. So like if it's like this is an abusive relationship and this is how they got out of it, like I guess that's constructive for some people, and I'm not going to judge people who find merit in that. It's not my thing. This seems sad for me. If it's like glorifying abusive relationships, then that's more something that irks me personally. Hey, Ms. Aileen Valentine, are we talking about Colleen Hoover? Yes, we are. Apparently this is a very interesting subject for chat. Also, there was a scene where it was like smut and breast milk. I've never... Oh. I wish I could unread what I just read.
Now everyone will know Natty's pain.
And it's like painted as a romance, to my knowledge. Okay. I guess it depends on how it's being depicted fully. But again, I've never read them, so... Didn't get into them. Ugly Love made me want to play the Shining soundtrack.
Oh my gosh.
Oh god. Yeah, from what I've seen, it's just not super... Like, romance is about, like, not super great relationships, and I'm like, I'll pass. Anyway, sorry, I'll let you get...
It's all good. Yeah. This is gonna be a long one, everybody, so be prepared. Knockout by Katarina E. Tonks. Imagine. Everything stopped when you saw him across the four-way intersection, and by him, you of course mean the Yorkie that ended up following you home that night. See, it all started when you were checking your pulse at a crosswalk after a successful night run. The little rat was sitting under a streetlight on the opposite side of the intersection all alone, head lowered miserably, shivering from the frigid air. He had dark patches of fur on his back and tan legs. Adorable. Suddenly, as if sensing your stare, he turned his head towards you and inclined it to the side as if to say play, He then stood up on all four paws and moved toward you. Your breathing hitched. Was this dog seriously about to cross the intersection to you? Yes, he was. And was a A taxi approaching the intersection, of course. In about 10 seconds, you'd witness the creation of a. Ooh. You were an athlete, and all training at the center kept you in the best shape of your life. Still, you barely dodged the taxi. You snatched the tiny dog up and held him football style under your arm, leaping onto the curb in one piece. The adrenaline now running through your body reminded you of a fight. You remember you got into the moment you got into the ring, your heart pumped in your ears and all your senses heightened like they were now. You craved that feeling and couldn't help but smile at the rat dog tucked under your arm. Hey buddy, you shifted the fur around his neck, seeking a name tag. He didn't have a collar. What are you doing out here all alone? The dog's pink tongue darted out and licked your sweatshirt. He was actually kind of cute for a rat. And then he began to go to the bathroom. Oh, heck. Fudge. Are you kidding me? You held the dog out as if it were disease and put it down on the curb. Yep, this was exactly why you hated small dogs. You put your hands on your hips and stared down at the ball of fluff. He stared back, his little butt shaking with every wag of his tail. You drowned in his puppy eyes. Then you became aware of a warm urine on your right sneaker and snapped your head up. Nope, the dog was not coming to your apartment. You could barely manage your pile of laundry in your hamper, let alone a temporary dog, or whatever that thing was. Plus, your landlord was allergic to everything with fur. He'd figure out you had a pet, if he ever left his apartment, that is. Anyone lose a dog? The few surrounding pedestrians ignored you, and you expected as such. Again, just your luck. A homeless man decided to reply, shouting drunkenly that you had a night... Ooh. And shouted some explicit things. You flipped him off. The dog was well-groomed, friendly, calm, so calm in fact, he didn't seem to bark at all. He was not a stray. He was obsessed with you, since he'd loyally followed you down the curb as you made your way back to your apartment. Finally, you gave in, picked up the Yorkie, and stuffed him into your sweatshirt to keep him warm. He stopped shivering within seconds. For once, you didn't feel the echoing shout of loneliness in your mind as you walked home. The end. I'm just kidding. What? The Yorkie was the celebrity the whole time. Your apartment was, in 3 simple words, a total crap hole. Paint peeling off the walls, the odd odor from no particular source, which led to you to buy $30 worth of air freshener last month. The questionable fading red stain in the carpet that you covered with a cheap love seat. All that mixed with the couple next door who who had relations as if there were a baby shortage. Didn't exactly leave you with the best living situation. In fact, if you hadn't made an effort to add some life to the apartment here and there, it would have looked like something straight out of a horror film. Your 2 jobs as a cashier and an instructor at the fitness center, 3 jobs if you counted your extracurricular activity, kept you busy. Your father had left behind some money in his will, but you were smart and stored it all in your savings. College had been out of the question. It was too expensive, and you had an appetite for something that couldn't be found in an overpriced textbook and late night cramming for finals. Night rat, you told your new friend or acquaintance. His little belly was filled with a fourth of that white omelet you'd had earlier, and he was curled up under a fluffy blanket on your bed, fast asleep. You woke up to 2 tiny paws dancing on your forehead. Please, no. You croaked out 3 more hours. A small wet nose was pressed against yours, demanding attention. You blindly cradled the ball of fluff in your arms and sat up, wedging an eye open to check the clock on your dresser. 3 in the morning. You scowled at the dog. Seriously, dude? You can't hold it? You'd fallen asleep in sweatpants and a sweatshirt. You slipped on slippers and grabbed your paper bag before exiting the apartment. Only a little patch of grass was in front of your building, but Rat Dog certainly made use of it. Crap, you didn't know a Yorkie could crap that much. Ugh. The rest of the morning was restless because you had to plan what you were going to do with the dog. You heard terrible things about animal shelters, and despite it all, Rat Dog was actually growing on you. You couldn't just hand him off to a stranger. In your copious free times, you'd find another way to get him back to his. In your copious free time, you'd find another way to get him back to his owner. 2 hours later, you arrived at work and were unlocking the back door of a large fitness center. At the back of the center was a boxing ring with punching bags scattered around it, and at the front of the center were mats and sparring equipment for karate. Boxing was your forte, or so many had told you. However, you learned martial arts first and had a knack with a bow staff. You weren't cocky about your boxing or your bow staff skills, but you were confident, and it showed. As you walked past the square boxing ring, you ran your calloused fingers across the black rope, yanked on it, and let go. Then you sauntered past the ring and began to push through the set of doors to the locker room. A familiar voice stopped you. Slugger, let's get ready to rumble. You thought you'd arrive early enough to be alone. Startled, you whipped your head in the direction of the voice and pulled black duffel bag closer to your side. Then you smiled. An older, athletic man with salt and pepper hair and a warm smile approached you.
Oh my god, who is it?
However, you knew Max well enough to tell that even though he was acting cheerful, something was wrong. What are you doing here this early, kid? He asked. You sleep less than someone who does illegal substances studying to be a lawyer. True, I was just hoping to. You stopped, then you heard a low, pathetic excuse for a growl from within your duffel bag. You subtly shifted the bag and it stopped. You didn't have it in you to leave Rat Dog alone at your apartment. Puppy eyes were officially your weakness. You planned on putting the dog in one of the back rooms in the center with some food and water. Max frowned. What was that noise? What noise? From your bag. What bag? Discreetly, you poked a tiny piece of beef jerky through a small tan on the side of the bag and felt a little teeth snatch it away. Oh, this bag. My duffel bag. Keep that poker face up or it's over, moron. That was just my stomach. You forced out a laugh. That was easily the worst lie you've ever told, and that was saying a lot. Forgot to eat this morning before I left this morning, you added quickly. Abort! Abort! Never skip breakfast, kid. Have you learned anything from me? Max usually saw right through your lies, especially a lie as transparent as that one, but he was visibly distracted today. Listen, I'm actually glad you're here early. I gotta talk to you. Your first thought was he's in bad health. He had replaced your father in your life and was the one person who you truly cared about. He'd stuck with you through some tough times and taught you everything you knew. He wasn't just your best friend or a father figure, he was your coach. And the thought of losing him meant you couldn't reply, only stare at him with a quizzical look. Max ran a hand over his scrub. You know things haven't been easy here financially. I haven't told you how bad it's been. He crossed his arms over his chest, transforming into the bearer of bad news. And Maggie thinks I'm not home enough. Max, just spit it out. The center has a new owner, kid. I sold it. Your face fell. You were speechless. Then your fingers curled into tight fists. You sold it? He took a deep breath. I'm old, and I don't have the kind of money to save it by myself, and I couldn't bear the thought of this place becoming some abandoned crap hole for individuals who do illegal substances to break into. The good news is that the new owner is set on saving this place. He really seems to know what he's doing. Rage boiled beneath your skin. He who? You felt defensive over the center. It was your second home, your solace, and now some stranger had bought it, and your fear was that the center would now drastically change. You liked things a particular way. That was how you felt safe and at a balance, and some moron is going to ruin my zen. Who'd you sell it to, Max? You demanded. To me, a voice said behind you. The voice was deep and slightly raspy. It was a voice unquestionably linked to an attractive man. You whirled around and put a face to the voice. Yep. Instantaneously, your tough girl act slightly wavered and your heart plunged into your stomach. Turned out you actually knew a lot more about this man than you initially thought because you were a frickin' fan of his.
Frickin' fan.
The man's almond-shaped, mischievous eyes narrowed even tighter as he grinned. A smile I can't read. A smile with that much wattage could be mistaken for head beams. Nick Bateman, he said, and stuck out his large hand. You couldn't breathe. I don't know who that is.
Nick Bateman. I know who it is. I just
You couldn't speak. You couldn't shake his hand. Crap, even his hand was attractive.
This guy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I could see why yeah, sorry. I thought that was who that was. You couldn't breathe. You couldn't speak. You couldn't shake his hand. Crap, you couldn't shake even his hand was attractive.
He's in all of those like TV romances kind of thing, right? With like the Hallmarky kind of Netflixy kind of thing. Yeah.
You weren't trying to be rude, although it was in your nature to be aggressive. For a brief moment, you, an independent man-eating, butt-kicking BA, were actually star-struck by this guy, and all you could do was just stare. He was the cat, and he had your tongue. Oh, did he have your tongue? And possibly had another place on you too. Height, well over 6 feet tall, hair the color of tasty, rich coffee roast, jawbone, oh sweet baby Jesus. Screw those commercials or kitchen knives at 3 a.m. That jaw could cut through diamonds. Physique, something straight out of a Calvin Klein catalog. He knew this because A, he really had been in a Calvin Klein catalog, and B, that long sleeve black thermal and black joggers he wore didn't leave much to the imagination. Thick biceps, strong shoulders, flat stomach with rippling abs, long legs, and certainly long legs. Crap. Now you couldn't look away from his legs. After Satan heard the thoughts currently brewing in your cranium, he would yank you into the earth and take you in with open arms. Kid, you good? Max asks, snapping you out of it. How could you have wasted a single moment eyeing up this man who'd basically purchased Max's life, your life? The fitness center was one of the most important things in your life. Gah, I'm not feeling too well, you said tightly to Max, carefully avoiding his gaze. Your face was getting hotter by the second, and you sure as heck wouldn't look at that incubus again. I have to use the bathroom. Bye. Then you walked away from them quicker than a soccer mom with weights in her hand, late to her son's big game. Bye. Bye. Not only have you been mortified by your reaction to meeting freaking Nick Bateman, but also the moment you looked into his eyes, two things had happened. One, you recalled that dream you had once had about Nick, which involved some things, and two, you realize that you totally had his freaking dog in your duffel bag.
Oh, it's his dog?
It's his dog that she has in her duffel bag.
We stole Nick Bateman's dog, I guess.
Oh, what a coincidence. Once you got to a small storage room at the back of the center, you let the rat dog in question out of the duffel bag. You set down small plastic containers, one with water from your water bottle and another with broken up pieces of boiled chicken. As the little guy gobbled up his meal, you began to wrap your hands for boxing and pace the floor. You were disappointed that Max had sold the gym for cash, but you also understood he simply didn't have the resources to continue. What if it was already too late to save it? It was probably stupid to value an old building as much as he did. Half the time it reeked of sweat and used fighting equipment. Any other girl would have steered away from such a place, but you didn't because it was your home. Now some hotshot model owned your home, and God only knew he would alter to make it better. You finished wrapping your wrists, thumbs, and back of your hands in between your knuckles and tightened your fingers into fists. Your thoughts raced as so did your heart from the lingering effects of him. You'd acted like a teenage girl out there. It couldn't happen again. You were stronger than that, weren't you? You've taken on men twice, Nick Bateman's size. Limped 6 blocks home from fractured ribs and stitched up wounds on your own body that would give Grey's Anatomy a run for its money.
Oh no.
And with all that said, you'd somehow allowed one man's dazzling smirk and picturesque body to scare you off. It wouldn't happen again. The fact of the matter was that you weren't that girl, and he needed to know that. You would straighten things out and reintroduce yourself to him. Then you talk to him one-on-one about A, the dog, B, the fitness center, and the game plan he had for it. No matter how humiliating it would be to face him again, you couldn't afford to leave this job. And for reassurance that the center was in good hands, you felt compelled to understand Nick's plan to save it. Despite your initial bitterness at Max's news, you realize that although you followed Nick on Instagram, you knew little about his personal life. It seemed perfectly rational to get to know him before you jumped to conclusions. I'm sorry I have to leave you like this, you admitted to Rat Dog, but I'll come back soon to check on you. It's all going to work out. You made sure there wasn't anything in the small storage room that he could get out and choke on, kept the light on, and went to close the door. Rat Dog approached the crack in the door as you closed it a little bit more. I'm coming back, you reassured him. Max wasn't in his office. Neither was Nick, which made you feel somewhat relieved because that meant more time not embarrassing yourself in front of him. It also would have been weird seeing him in Max's beat-up desk chair, surrounded by all of Max's trophy, gleaming on all sides of the walls. Max had been a professional boxer when he was younger, until he got a terrible shoulder injury that forced him out of the ring for years. Instead of moping around about his dreams being crushed, he became a coach to help others reach their own dreams. A fantastic coach. If you said so yourself. Max had taught you everything you knew about self-defense and boxing, which later led to learning martial arts. Max introduced you to the best outlet for your anger. Your father had been the most important person in your life. You felt his absence every day. 7 years later, and it still made you furious that he's gone. And the man who unalived him was somewhere out there alive.
This is intense.
Oh my gosh. Max understood that. In fact, he was the one person after your father passed who didn't treat you as if you were some broken, damaged girl. He treated you as if you were his equal, pushed you until your real breaking point, until you collapsed to your knees on the mat and finally grieved over your father's passing. Max trained you to become capable, independent, and strong. However, the one thing he didn't prepare you for was Men.
Sorry. Just spit. That was so funny.
Oh, sorry.
Oh no, no, I
Oh,
spit. I was the
for
one
that
who
I
spit.
thought I said I was
No,
like, oh,
no, you're
I'm sorry.
good.
I'm
I
sorry.
spit. I was
Oh,
like,
okay.
poof, and the spit went out everywhere. It was gross.
You've had relations before, so you weren't one of those girls who steered away from men to save yourself. And you weren't a radical activist who believed all men are animals. If you were interested in a man, and he was interested in you, then you let those feelings play out. Had that led to a rather large D bag in your life? Yes. And was his name Rhett? Also yes. You'd met through underground fighting. One night when you just began sharing an apartment, Rhett lost an important match and drank too much. Way too much. That night, he'd accused you of flirting with one of the other fighters during the match and said it distracted him. In his delusion, it was your fault he lost. SparkNotes version, Rhett had anger issues and you dumped his pathetic butt. Rhett was now in jail for assault and battery.
Oh my god, this is very intense.
Yeah. I wish this could have been a whole book, but then I feel like it would have been like a whole thing. Or it would have been like, huh.
I am invested. I will
Yeah.
I will say that.
Turned out he had a warrant for arrest for previous domestic violence and you didn't know about. You had a type, a dangerous type at that. You liked fighters, not because you needed a man who was tougher and bigger than you, but because fighters understood one another. Every fighter you'd come across had some sort of darkness in him, some sort of obstacles he'd overcome. Rhett had his obstacles with taking steroids, but other than that, he was simply a piece of crap with anger issues. What about Nick's obstacles? He seemed to have it all: model, actor, cash, fame, and here he was abandoning it all to try and resurrect a beat-up fitness center. Interesting. You decided to head back to the storage room to check on Rat Dog and grab your boxing gloves. That destination changed when you heard music blasting from one of the sparring rooms. The door was cracked open a good 4 inches. Curious, you peered in the room. Your mouth went dry. Nick was shirtless and working with a bow staff to the beat of the loud music, spinning his. Oh yeah, and I remember, or I saw him on Instagram, and he was like, he always worked with a bow staff. So.
I like how we're just still calling the dog Rat Dog.
Rat Dog.
Put some respect on that dog's name.
Rat Dog. Oh, I was thinking of like Cat Dog, like Cat Dog.
Oh,
one part cat, one part dog, cat dog.
Different childhoods, I guess.
But yeah. He was shirtless and working with a bow staff. Your eyes turned to hearts, and the next few minutes you fell into your imagination, and you decided to get out of it real quick. His dark brown eyes were knit together in deep concentration. You couldn't help but think you looked the same when you fought. Maybe you had a little more in common with Nick than you thought. Nick lunged and flipped on the red floor, muscles clenching beneath sweaty bronze skin. When the song terminated, he struck the air with one last blow and unleashed a roar from his throat. Well, crap. Nick remained locked in the final position, breathing hard. As if sensing your stare, his head whipped over his shoulder. You were quicker, pulling away from the door before he could spot you. So much for talking to him one-on-one. You'd gone back to the storage room to retrieve your boxing gloves. Instead, you ended up unwrapping your hands and rewrapping them so that the fabric was tighter against your skin. You were about to say goodbye again to Rat Dog when your phone buzzed in your bag. 15 missed calls from Chip. Chip wasn't really his name, but it was his street name because A, his real name was Norbert, and B, his front teeth were chipped pretty badly from a motorcycle accident. He hooked you up with underground fights and was one of the few people who tolerated your aggressive personality. Chip was also gay, and that was the last thing he wanted anyone to know in his line of work. He told you that in confidence. You trusted one another. This isn't a match scheduling sesh, babe. You better sit down for this one, Chip said as soon as you picked up. Rhett has been out on parole for good behavior and is back at the cesspool. He was asking for you last night. I told him you moved to Philadelphia and couldn't afford it here. You need to watch your back. Stay above ground, you feel? Your heart began to thrash in your ears. What? I know I know that's rough to hear, but you needed to know. Where the heck were you last night anyway? Chip demanded. I called you 15 times. He cleared his throat. Frickin' answer your phone next time, all right? You scared me crapless, woman. Rhett doesn't know where I live now, you replied hollowly. Lost in your thoughts, you felt sick to your stomach and leaned against the storage bin. Rat Dog started to whine at your feet, looking up at you with his head tilted. Fudge, Chip. You finally breathed into the phone. I'm the reason Rhett was put in jail in the first place, but I just can't shut down because of him. I live for the fights at cesspool, you know that. Don't tell me you're addicted to the ring that much. You're not a moron, babe. Don't come around here. Don't come around here right now. Rhett's apparently got something bigger lined up for his fighting career. Heard him bragging about it. Chances are he'll vanish again in a few weeks. Just stay away from here and I'll let you know when the coast is clear. Seriously, you're one of the best fighters down here, but you're nothing unalive. You're right, you breathed out, feeling your chest tighten, as if knowing you were upset. Rat Dog began to lick your ankle of your sweatpants. I gotta go. Excuse me. Call me if you need anything. Jeb hung up. You squatted down, picked up the dog, and kissed him. Don't worry about me. I'm fine, little guy. You put Rat Dog down and exited the storage room, waving at him as you slowly closed the door. Who are you talking to, kid? Startled, you slammed the door the rest of the way and spun around. Max and Nick were directly behind you. Nick wore his tight, long-sleeve t-shirt again and was still sweating. You couldn't meet his gaze. Had the two of them heard your phone conversation or just the goodbye to Rat Dog? Be friendly. Say something. Be friendly. Make a joke. Maybe mention that Nick's dog is most likely in the closet behind you. Talk, you idiot. My equipment, you replied firmly, deciding it would have been too weird if you opened the door and said, I think this is your dog, Nick. If you'd done that, you would have explained how you knew it was his dog and how you were far too socially awkward to explain that on the spot. I was just talking to my equipment. The other equipment gets jealous when I only grab my gloves.
What the fuck?
Max chuckled. Now that's one dedicated athlete. He looked down at your wrapped hands and it dawned on you that you'd forgotten your gloves again in the storage room. Now he knew you were lying, but if he interrogated you further, before he could interrogate you further, his phone rang. Checking the caller ID, he groaned. It's the wife. I gotta take this. I'll see you two later. Max clasped Nick on the shoulder. Then he looked over at you and winked before strolling away with his phone in his ear. You locked eyes with Nick. You stuck your wrapped hand out and introduced yourself. For some reason, you felt more comfortable with Nick this time, but still a swarm of heat crept up to your face when his paw of a hand clasped yours. He had a strong yet controlled hold on your fingers and didn't immediately let go. His voice was low and raspy. I like that name. It fits you. Marcy. I like that name. It fits you. Thanks. You mutter, unsure whether that was a compliment. Sorry about before. I wasn't feeling too well. AKA, I recalled a dream I had a while back. Imagined some things that we were doing together, and it was not pretty. Nice to meet you. You let go of your hand. I hope you're feeling better. I am, thank you. Neither of you knew what to say next, so you smiled and walked past him, tossing your thumb over your shoulder towards the exit of the locker room. I was planning on boxing. Thankfully, he didn't ask. With no gloves? Leaving so soon? Nick asked instead, stopping you in your tracks. You turned back around and analyzed his sharp, handsome features as he stepped closer to you. Max tells me you can use a bow staff. You any good? At first, you look at that line, or you think he was saying it inappropriately because your hormones were clearly off the frickin' charts. You brushed off those dirty thoughts and let him breathe, and let out the breath you were holding. Kinda, you replied humbly. Obviously, Nick was into martial arts, and you knew he'd won a world title. From what you'd seen during his bow staff routine earlier, he'd probably won a lot of other awards too. Going against someone like him in a fight would prove difficult. I box too, you decide, Dad. Are you being modest? That depends. Are you making sure I can't kick your model butt before you challenge me to a fight? You answered brashly. Whoa, where had that come from? Something about his flirty nature entailed experience and self-assurance. He knew he was hot, and his behavior struck you as strategy, as if he was tactfully trying to get to know you. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. You couldn't hide your irritated reaction to that conclusion. So was he one of those guys? Nick was visibly surprised by the harshness of your tone. The two of you shared an intense moment. Before, when Nick looked at you, it had no depth. You were just some chick who was easy on the eyes, intimidating, and tomboyish. Not exactly every guy's type. Now when Nick looked at you, you appeared to be a little intrigued and raked his gaze slowly over your body. Your skin lit into flames beneath your clothes. It was as if Nick had developed x-ray vision and was seeing through your baggy clothes and seeing you, and it was weird. Just kidding. You know I'm a model? Nick finally replied, hitching his gaze back up to your face. What? You said my model butt. I am just assuming. Crap. Now he no. Now you were thinking about how you followed Nick Bateman on Instagram, just Googled his name on multiple occasions and had seen his shirtless images. Those are just moments of weakness, dang it.
I like this protagonist. She's relatable.
Yeah, and I can't say some of the things that she's written down, but yeah, relatable. You just look the type, he managed to reply calmly. He arched his eyebrows. The type? Was he fishing for compliments? I know you know what I mean, Nick. He looked you over again. Do we have a problem or something? You don't seem to like me very much. I'm not having the best morning. It's nothing personal. You couldn't seem to shake the bitterness you felt towards Nick from taking the center away from Max. I'm sorry to hear that. Nick ran a hand absently through his hair. Are you all right? You nodded. For a moment, Nick appeared to want to press further, but he didn't. Have you won any titles? He asked instead. Just like that, the conversation switching to something else. Was he really interested in your answer or just passing the time? You hadn't, but you'd won matches in illegal fights before, which you wouldn't mention in case it cost you your job. You needed this job to pay your rent. I've never had the opportunity, you replied, but I wouldn't work here if I didn't know what I was doing. And I wouldn't want you to work here if you didn't know what you were doing. Nick stepped even closer to you, and your eyes just momentarily looked like two big blue saucers. He was a good foot taller than you. You fought the urge to step back. I'll let you in on a little secret. I need around 7 hardworking, reliable employees. Right now we have 10. I plan on hiring 1 new employee and firing 4, but that's just an estimate based on what Max had told me about everyone's work ethic and hours put in a week. Nick paused. You work part-time, don't you? Yes, you replied unsurely, an awful feeling settling in your gut. The conversation had abruptly taken a turn for the worse. Was he going to fire you? And Max put in some good word for you? But I worked part-time because there were too many employees, you added in an attempt to save yourself, and because you have another job as a cashier at a market, and because you have another job as a cashier at some marketplace, correct? That's what your resume said, at least. You just looked at him. Relax, I'm not firing you. You relaxed, but only slightly. By the tilt of his lips, Nick appeared to be toying with you, and you couldn't understand why. Was he flirting? Unless you don't meet another one of my requirements as an instructor here, in that case, I'm going to have to fire you. He flashed his pearly whites. Your requirements? The first thought you had was that he was looking for stuff, and that made you angry. What do you mean requirements? A test of skills. He shrugged his big shoulders. My first order of business here is to test everyone's capabilities. I was planning on announcing it at an employee meeting later. A test of skill? You echoed dryly. Are you going to turn this place into the Hunger Games? Nick didn't laugh and clasped his hands behind his back. I'm going to make sure you and the other employees fight me one-on-one. I'll determine who gets fired from the outcome and the skills I see during the fight. I feel that's the best way to gauge who belongs here and who doesn't. Does he think he's a king? Is there a weapon of choice, you asked? Bow staff. You would have felt relieved had you not seen the way Nick had performed in that sparring room. He was exceptional. You'd give him that chance. You'd give him that. But you were highly competitive and liked a challenge. When do we fight? You crossed your arms over your chest. When I'm hosting the employee meeting in 2 hours. Oops. He mirrored your position and crossed his arms over his chest. You're the only female employee, and I like you to go first to set the bar for everyone else. You haven't seen me spar a little and fight, and you think I'll set the bar? You shifted on your feet. And what does me being a woman have anything to do with the fight?
Oh, gosh.
Did he think you were the weakest fighter because you're a woman?
How dare he?
You can go second if you want, he said, ignoring all your questions. He was acting like a butthole. You imagine that was because he'd lost his dog and you couldn't stop giving him attitude, but he didn't like being talked down to, and that was that. May I speak freely, Nick? Of course. You're trying too hard to prove yourself. Merely saying that out loud was a weight lifted off your shoulders. And you were right before about me not liking you, but I originally disliked you simply because you're not Max, and I felt like you were replacing him. I have no problems, and that's why I have my problems, and that's why I felt that way. But now I don't like you because you're a butthole. You think you could just walk in here all smugly like the LA surfer boy you are and turn this place upside down? I think you're out of line with this game of yours. I might not be buddies with the other employees here, but I know they all have families, and I know they're they're more underprivileged than you've ever been. For some people, this job is what's keeping them on 2 feet. If you need to cut back employees, fine, I get it, but don't make a degrading show for yourself. He didn't say anything for a moment and just looked at you. It was hard to tell if you'd gotten through to him because he appeared to be more offended than heartened. When he stepped closer to you, for some reason, the hairs on the back of your neck rose slightly. May I speak freely? Yes, you say quietly. Nick raked his eyes again over your small frame and scrubbed his hands over his shadowy jaw. I don't give a fudge what you think about me. Max selling me the center was a business decision because I was the strongest candidate to get the place. Period. Now I need the strongest employees to back me up. If you don't like my methods, then leave, and don't let the door hit you on your bottom when you do. Then he stalked past you and headed out of the locker room. Well, crap. Some of you might have heard the news that I'm retiring, Max had begun at the employee meeting. I can say wholeheartedly that I value each and every one of your efforts these past few months. This place, he gestured to the sparring room you were all gathered in, is a part of me, and you've proved that it's a part of you too. I know you'll take good care of it while I'm gone. Gone? Gone was the word to describe your father. He was gone, and he wasn't coming back. Mac's words resurrected darkness inside you that you sometimes had trouble suppressing. You felt a wave of emotions build up and your chest tighten. Perhaps your number one fear was losing Max, and today marked the first day that you would not be seeing him first thing in the morning. Just the thought of that made you sad. I put everything into the center. Red body juices, sweat, and tears, and I loved every second of it.
Plug for the red body juices of my enemies, Max.
Yes, red body juices of my enemies. Max continued as you tuned back into his speech. They say to pick a career where you're doing what you love every single day, and if you do that, you don't work a single day in your life. And that's been my life in this place. But the fact of the matter is, I'm a chicken running with its head cut off when it comes to managing my money. Why do you think my ex-wife is an accountant? There are a few laughs of the employees, including you. But really, guys, Max ran his hand over his jaw. This place has been suffering financially, and it's only gotten worse. And as much as I hate admitting it, I'm not getting any younger. I can't keep up with today's technology and the connections businesses need to make now to stay relevant. I'm gonna miss the heck out of you all, but I know in my absence you'll continue making me proud and guide the students here in the right direction. His smile was sad, and you could tell that this was hard for him. But then he looked over at Nick, who was leaning against the wall in the corner of the room and visibly brightened. Without further ado, I would like to introduce you guys to the new owner of the center, Nick Bateman. Nick, the floor is yours. I'll respectfully leave you to your new employees. Max nodded at Nick, saluted us, and left the room. Nick got a round of applause from everyone, including a few silent claps from you, and pushed off the wall, swinging his bow staff into a shoulder spin as he walked. I know what you're thinking. He swept his mischievous gaze over the employees. He locked onto your eyes. What is this LA surfer boy doing in NYC? Then he looked away from you, and you couldn't help but feel like crap. Well, actually, I was born in Burlington, Ontario, which is in Canada, where I began my martial arts training as a child. I eventually moved to LA once I got into modeling. But before you make any judgments, no, I didn't intend to become a model. I was picked up at one of my tournaments and decided to give it a shot. For years now, I've built myself as an individual in the modeling and acting world. He paced the floor, absently twirling his bow staff around and around in his hand. I'm here now because over the past few months, I've realized that I chose a path that steered me away from my true calling. When you're dedicated to something as strongly as I once was dedicated to martial arts, that commitment never quite leaves you. It becomes part of your routine. With the modeling and acting in the mix, I lost part of my routine. I lost a part of myself. I learned things from karate that shaped me and as an individual in ways modeling and acting could not. Karate taught me to push myself, but also to be patient when I can't reach a goal. It taught me to put my all into everything I do, because if you don't put your all into tasks, you're not reaching your full potential as an individual. And most importantly, martial arts taught me to take care of myself. There's nothing more imperative than helping you. We run around all day stressing about all the work we have to do for tomorrow and the next day and the next day, and we get anxiety. We break down. We feel the world on our shoulders because in today's rapid growing world, we don't stay in the here and now. We don't take care of ourselves. I'm here because I want to help people develop these skills through martial arts and even boxing. I'm here because keeping in touch with followers I have on social media means nothing when I can no longer stay in touch with myself.
Not himself.
Nick paused to look at everyone gathered, his new employees sitting on the floor in front of him. Don't get me wrong, I learned important life lessons from my career as a model and actor. But that doesn't have to do with the center. I hold Max in the highest regard, but he's right. This place is going to go down if someone doesn't do something about it. I think I can be that someone. I might be some LA surfer boy to you, but I can bet my bottom dollar that I could kick all your butts in a fight. And right now, I'd like to test that. Not to prove that I'm better than you, but to test each of your skills. I need an army behind me to save this place. I need dedication. I need you to give me your all because I'm going to give you my all. And if you're not willing to show me what you're capable of right now and fight me, then it is my understanding that you won't have the strength to save the center. He looked at you and you could tell he was furious. Still, you couldn't hide how impressed you were by his speech. He was well spoken, and now he was explaining himself. You agreed with a lot of his perspectives, maybe even his perspectives on the center. Still, you had some clear attitude issues that prevented you from liking him completely. Who wants to go first? Nick scanned the rest of the employees. Your heart started to race. Since you agreed to go first, you figured he'd pick you first. However, he looked right at you, then picked one of the guys in the front, Danny. Somehow that irked you. He'd done that on purpose. The two men shook hands. Nick tossed Danny one of the training bow staffs from the wall, and soon enough they were fighting. Nick was the aggressor for the majority of the match, yet appeared to be going easy on Danny. Eventually, he knocked Danny off balance and chose another opponent. He continued to fight each of the employees one by one, carefully avoiding your gaze at the beginning and end of the rounds. He grinned at each employee once the fight was over, have a quick conversation, then ask him to leave the room. By the time it was your turn, it was just you and Nick. You were prideful and hadn't waited for him to call you up. He clearly wanted some sort of he wanted to get some sort of rouse out of you, and you wouldn't give it to him. Not yet. You went to the wall and selected a training bow staff, then met Nick at the center of the room. A thin layer of sweat covered his tan skin, and he was breathing slightly harder than normal. He stalked back and forth on the floor like a panther waiting for his prey. His eyes were sharp, and a scowl was carved into his handsome feature. He nodded as you came forward. Without a word, you lined up in front of him, a good 10 feet apart, and turned to your right, placing the bottom of the bow staff against your inside right foot, perpendicular to the floor. He fell into the same position. You stared each other down. In unison, you bowed forward. He leaped into action first and moved towards you. You kicked up your bow staff and met him halfway, blocking the first hand strike. You both froze there and silently communicated. He'd make it clear with that first move that his intention was to knock you flat on your butt as quickly as possible. Thinking on your feet, you turned your block into a cross strike, swiping his staff away, and punched forward with the weapon, aiming for his jaw. He ducked and swept his staff and swept his stab into a strike for your legs. You jumped up and performed another strike. He blocked and shuffled, stabbed, hooked, swept his weapon in a spin as you changed positions and punched forward, forcing you to stumble back to avoid his attack. This mistake kept you on defense, and he came forward again, twisting his body and spinning the weapon from side to side. Block, strike, block, strike. This went back and forth for what seemed like hours. You're going easy on me, you panted out. Once the two of you broke away. No chance. You both knew he was. You struck forward and blocked once again. You're weak on your left side, but for a girl, I'm impressed.
Jesus Christ.
Did Max teach you how to fight, or are you self-taught? Stop chatting with me and fight me like a man, pretty boy. You struck forward and missed his head by a hair. The insult must have made him angry because now he was the full-on aggressor, and you were struggling to keep up with his attack. Suddenly, you're back at the wall hard, and he pinned you there with his weapon. A grin framed your face. It's cute that you think that you beat me. Arg! You pushed him back and attacked again. Moving around the room, you thought you had him with a combo, but then he surprised you with a strike to your left side that ended in his slapping your bum with the training staff. You stopped and stared at him in shock. He spun into a sweep, clearing your feet right off the ground. You hit the floor hard. What the fudge was that? You growled. I slapped your butt and swept you off your feet, you said matter-of-factly. Definitely not funny. You put up a good fight, and then Nick had the nerve to slap your bum, knock you down a notch. And now he was smiling all smugly about it. No way in heck would you be able to work with this man. I quit. Nick's smirk fell. What? I said I quit. I quit. You tossed your bow staff at him and stormed out of the room. You shouldn't have been at cesspool, yet there you were. To you, the place was a paradise. To others, the place was an ugly crap hole with even uglier people in it. The first thing a rookie would notice about cesspool was the smell. It was damp walls and a pungent foul odor that clung to your clothes like a tobacco on a smoker. The odor paired with the stenchy sweaty men and BO made most rookies retch with the second they stepped into the arena. The arena was cavernous and congested with people. Matches don't usually last long because of the tendency for the crowd to get involved in the fights. A handful of men had been hired by the head of cesspool to keep the place in order. They didn't really do anything unless someone's life was at stake or one of the fighters ticked them off. You sure as heck would never tick them off because they all looked like a mix between Arnold Schwarzenegger and The Rock. The last thing you wanted to do was cross paths with Rhett, but you were too riled up from Nick to let your intense emotions build inside you. And you wouldn't let Rhett disrupt your life. Fighting was your only outlet. Your chin was down and your gloves were up, pounding at the beat-up punching bag in front of you. Warming up was great, but you had to channel all that anger into something quickly or else you were certain you would explode in rage. You would explode with rage. 30 minutes before, Chip had reluctantly set a match for you. He was concerned that Rhett would come back to cesspool, lose his temper, and hurt you. Chip had every right to feel that way, but it was ultimately your choice, and you'd make him a lot of money. Plus, you were setting Chip up with the hot cashier at the bagel place by your apartment. He owed you. When you stepped over the ropes and into the ring, adrenaline pumped through your veins. It heightened your senses, as it always did, and all your problems in the world temporarily disappeared. Your opponent was a man who topped your height by only a few inches. He was white, lean, with black eyes and a skull-trim haircut that made him look malicious. He bounced on his toes in the corner of the boxing ring with two men at his side giving him advice. They held his arms back as if he would charge toward you at any moment. When he caught your gaze, your opponent growled around his mouthpiece like a wild animal. The announcer referred to him as Savage. Great. This guy was a freaking lunatic. You'd fought men twice his size, but this was a rare moment that you were becoming afraid of your opponent. This guy was like a rabid dog waiting to be released so he could bite off your head. You couldn't back out now. You couldn't lose to a man twice in one day. They didn't call you knockout and slugger for nothing. Then you saw him. Your eyes had hitched to the audience, and there he was. Everything froze. Nick Bateman. In a black sweatshirt with the hood up and black sweatpants to match, he towered over everyone else and stood directly below the filthy fluorescent light, arms crossed over his chest. His expression was unreadable, and he had yet to catch your gaze. Why the heck was he at cesspool? The fight began and Savage charged at you. You snapped out of your thoughts and maneuvered around him, mostly to put your back to Nick and make sure he didn't recognize you. The quick decision worked in your favor. Savage charged past you and he hit the ropes charged past you and hit the ropes around the ring. When he ricocheted off the ropes, you rushed forward and hit his face with a series of compound hand strikes. It seemed like something straight out of a film or cartoon. Your strike to his gut was blocked. Eventually, your guard was down and he counterpunched you hard in the gut, knocking the wind out of you. The rest of the fight was a blur. Your head wasn't in it, and you were getting the crap beat out of you bad. Finally, Savage had knocked you to the ground, and you couldn't get back up. Pain blasted in your cheek, and your nose was bleeding profusely. The crowd was going wild. Savage, Savage, Savage. You'd lost. You never lost a fight. Now you'd lose twice in a day. Savage shouted slurs at you and basked in his glory. Your head lolled to the side, not because you were about to pass out, but because you felt too defeated to stand up and leave the ring. Get the F out of here. Chip's large hands reached under the ropes of the boxing ring and tugged on your arm. Since cesspool had few rules, the audience frequently got out of hand and started their own fights after matches. Men had begun to fling themselves into the ring and were going at it. Before some sweaty man with tattoos stepped on your head, you slid the rest of the way out of the ring. Chip steadied you when your feet hit the cold, filthy cement floor. Dozens of shouting faces were around you, screaming things at the wild mass of men fighting in the ring. You forced your way past sweaty men to Chip's cluttered office. Chip was a big guy, and most of the men at cesspool feared him because he had a short temper. There were rumors he had once on a live demand before. However, you knew Chip had been one of the ones to spread the rumor to assert his masculine position at cesspool. Men. Chip unlocked the office and walked in after you, slamming the door behind him. What the heck was that? Chip demanded after he'd locked you both in. He kept a heck of a lot of money in his office. Oh, here we go, you growled, and threw open his mini fridge to grab an ice pack and an energy drink. You fell into an old leather chair and pressed the ice pack to your swelling cheekbone. You were soon going to have one nasty bruise. You were so stiff and absent-minded looking out there. Chip paced on the floor. I couldn't tell if Savage was fighting you or a training dummy. You look like a girl out there, a chick, a female.
Oh boy.
I saw mother-loving Tata and a nice bum instead of a BA fighter. You feel me? Oh my gosh. That has to be the straightest thing you've ever said to me.
That's what it said?
Yes, that
Oh
has to be the straightest thing you've ever said to me.
Jesus Christ.
You tossed him the energy drink. You winced as you reached into your duffel bag next to the chair. With your free hand, you carefully pulled out a sleepy rat dog and held him in your lap. Once again, you hadn't had it in you to leave the dog at your apartment alone. He was taking a liking to your duffel bag anyway. You couldn't blame him considering you put your softest blanket at the bottom of it to keep and kept little pieces of beef jerky in it at all times. Dang it, you could have gotten yourself freaking unalive. Chip continued to pace the floor and chug down the energy drink. You'd never seen him this anxious about you, or maybe you just hadn't focused on that before. If anything, you expected him to yell at you about all the money you cost him from losing a fight to Savage. It took everything in me not to call the fight early. I'm very much alive, Chip. Barely. You look like crap. If crap put crap on top of its frickin' self.
What?
One of the things you liked about Chip was that he sure as heck never held back. He raked his fingers through his dirty blonde hair. You were giving me freaking chest pains out there. I'm too young to have chest pains. Relax. I'm just not having a good day. My head wasn't in it tonight. Dang right your head wasn't in it, Chip seethed. Is that because of Red? I told you not to frickin' fight here until I gave you the okay. I knew I shouldn't have given in, but you know how I have a soft spot for you. Chip, I appreciate your concern in pulling me out of the ring back there, but I'd like you to drop this. You grit your teeth, which makes your jaw sting. It's not about Rhett. Then what's wrong? Talk to me, babe. I quit my job today. You wrapped Rat Dog in the blanket in your large duffel bag and zipped it up, leaving an opening so he could breathe. You what? Chip put his hands on his hips, looking like a concerned big brother. Do you need money or something? A temporary job? Because I'll... No. You stood up carefully, shouldered your duffel bag so you wouldn't crush Rat Dog, and put the ice bag back into the freezer. I appreciate your friendship and everything you do for me, but I'm not a charity case. As you start to leave the office, Chip blocked your exit. He dug into his pocket for his wallet. Come on, he muttered, and took out a wad of cash. You know you're not a charity case. At least take a little something to hold you over. I know how hard you work to keep your apartment. You pushed his hand away. Chip, Jesus Christ, I can't accept that. He shoved the money into your palm and closed it. Take it. You're unemployed, and I don't want to see your pretty little butt on the streets. You get eaten alive. Just take that to make me feel better, all right? I know you're tough. Suddenly, that triggered a memory of your father. Stop crying, baby. You're tougher than any man I know. Just like your mom was. The world doesn't know what's coming for it. He told you that after you come home crying in the 4th grade because some girl had pointed out that you'd only ever wore 3 outfits to school. Your dad had always found a way to make you feel better when you cried. You could still remember how you felt that day he never came back from work. He was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, the police said. That pissed you off when people said that. Wrong place at the wrong time? Where was the right place to be when a stranger could take a person's life at any moment? Your head felt heavy. Your face was swollen. All you wanted to do was lie down in your bed and maybe have a good cry. You hadn't had one of those in a long frickin' time. You shoved the money back. Chip, you and I both know if I was on the streets and someone so much as poked my pretty bum, I would knock them the F out. Chip grunted and put the money back in his wallet. He walked to the back door of his office, which led to an exit out of the arena, and held it open for you. Unless the one who pokes your bum is Savage, he muttered playfully as you walked past. Then you're screwed. You punched Chip's arm. At the top of the stairs, you called out, bye, Norbert. Chip stopped laughing, and now you were the one with a huge smile. You pushed open a heavy metal door and stepped down into the alleyway. A few drunken homeless people were wandering about, and a fighter leaned against the brick wall to your right with with red body juice all over his face. He smoked a cigarette and scowled at you as you walked by. Huh, you must have kicked his butt before. As you walked on, your body began to feel like a trash compactor had crushed into a ball and then pulled it back apart. Chip's ice pack hadn't done its job on the swelling on your face. Thank goodness your house wasn't too far away. You pulled your hood up and left the alleyway and went to the curb, adjusting the duffel bag over your shoulder. Your sneakers crunched over a thin layer of snow on the ground. The corners of your mouth tilted upward. Your father loves snow. You looked up from the sidewalk and stopped in your tracks. LA Surfer Boy was walking at a leisurely pace just in front of you. He had his hood up as well and also had a duffel bag. Somehow you could recognize him from his shoulders, legs, and the way he walked. It had to be him. You didn't want him to see you. He'd probably watched you fight that night and was so sickened that he had to leave early. As if sensing your eyes on the back of his head, Nick turned to look over his shoulder. You unglued your feet from the ground and practically dove for cover behind a bus stop. How the F did he keep doing that? Does he have a frickin' sixth sense? After a few moments, you peered back around the bus stop and watched as he began to cross the street. Where was he going? You had to go in the same direction anyway, so you pulled the strings of your sweatshirt to hide your face more and followed him at a safe distance. And followed him and followed him. He was going to the same direction as you, towards your apartment. Crap. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Maybe he was going to that bagel place near your house, or for everything's bagels with vegetable cream cheese could bring a celibate man to immediate. Ooh.
Oh.
I've
never been that into cream cheese.
A cream cheese so good it would make him have a food wars moment. Wait, was that the place open that late? Possibly. Was it Friday? Crap. Your heart was pounding against your ribs like a jackhammer and your mind raced. Nick was totally going to your apartment. Was he going to make fun of you for your loss at cesspool? You'd beat the crap out of him before he could. Crap. If you let him up, he'd see Rat Dog. Maybe that needed to happen already. Crap. Crap. What were you doing holding on to his dog anyway? You started to fear being alone in a room with Nick. Was he a closet psychopath and stopping by to unalive you? Would he take advantage? Lots of ideas were floating around my head. The man had frickin' driven you to quit your job, your passion. How could you still be attracted to him after that? You seriously needed to get yourself under control. Or maybe you just needed to get those everything bagels with the vegetable cream cheese. Only a few blocks to go, you fantasize about catching up to Nick and yanking him back by the hair, taking out your frustrations on his pretty face with your fist. Then that fantasy turned into your sin. And it turned into another fantasy that I can't go into detail about. What the heck? You needed to stop this madness. You were a strong, independent woman. You chose the chicken route and picked up your own pace to nearly a jog, tensing as you passed him. He was checking something on his phone and didn't seem to think twice about you. Your body was in no shape for a jog, and Rat Dog, trapped in your bag, and most likely not enjoying the brisk pace. Pushing through the pain, you rushed into the building, hurried up to your floor, fumbled with your keys with shaking fingers. Eventually, you were in the safety of your apartment, locked the door, ran into the bathroom, and let Rat Dog out on the tiled floor with a string of apologies. You figured Nick would buzz your apartment while you took a long hot shower. You wouldn't hear him over the spray of water, which meant you didn't have to worry about even considering letting him up. Genius! You lathered your skin and hair with your favorite grapefruit soap and shampoo. A condition washed away the remnants of cesspool. You stepped out of the shower and wrapped a towel around yourself. Rat Dog licked the water droplets off your calves. You got the hint and fetched him a water bowl. You slipped on a baggy nightshirt, white pants, and long light gray jogging pants. As you started to brush your thick hair, your stomach growled. It dawned on you that you hadn't eaten, and there wasn't anything in the apartment. Stupid. Looked like your dinner was toothpaste and mouthwash because you were way too achy from the fight to go out and get food. But what about Rat Dog? You fished through your duffel bag and emptied the last of the broken jerky into a small bowl for him. Your stomach growled again as you watched him gobble it up. Your apartment buzzer shocked you out of your hungry reverie and into instant panic mode. You paced the floor, and it crossed your mind that it might be Rhett. Your heart skipped a beat. What the heck was wrong with you? You were making yourself anxious. It was just Nick. You could just walk up to the intercom and tell him to F off. Maybe it wasn't Nick. And if it was Nick, he'd eventually take the hint and leave. But if he left, you never know why he came by. You never know. The buzzer sounded again. Crap. You went to the intercom, your heart an orchestra in your ears. Who is it? A deep, slightly raspy voice slid out of the speaker. It's Nick. You looked over at Rat Dog, who began to bark uncontrollably. Of course, he never barked. Before you tell me to F off, Nick continued, please just hear me out. I came to apologize. Shh, shh, Rat Dog. The dog finally stopped so you could press the intercom button and reply. Strong, independent woman. How did you find my apartment? You touched the raised part of your cheek. You felt self-conscious about him seeing how beat up you were. I did some digging. Listen, can you let me up or something? I brought you food. Food? Get up here now. I'm just kidding, it doesn't say that. You thought about meeting him downstairs, snatching the food out of his hands, and then making a dash for your apartment. It didn't feel right to let the guy to your apartment that you just met, no matter how gorgeous he was. You look back down at Rat Dog, who was looking up at the intercom and shaking his little butt. He pawed at the wall, whining. Also, you had to do the right thing and give him back his dog. Now, crap it. You buzzed Nick in and practically flew around the apartment, throwing dirty clothes into your hamper and spraying a coconut scent to mask the place's dank odor. You reached into your underwear drawer and grabbed a bottle of your pepper spray, tucking it.
Bless you. Accidental renaissance.
And underwear drawer and tucked it in the back of your joggers. You would act surprised that it was Nick's dog, even if it was his dog. Then you take the food, hear him out, and then kick him out. No big deal. When he knocked, you walked reasonably slow to the so he wouldn't think you were too eager. Rat Dog stood between your feet and pawed continuously at the door. You took a deep breath and opened it. Nick held a white paper bag and a bottled iced tea in his hand. He got one look at your face and his eyes widened. What the heck happened to you? Nothing, you said, unable to think of a lie. Don't worry about it. This doesn't look like nothing. He stepped forward and lifted his hand as if to reach for your cheeks, but you flinched a little. He quickly pulled back. Who did that to you? With that question, your mind immediately darted to Rhett when you dated him and he'd shown you how angry he could get. You hoped that effer rotted in heck. Who did that to you? Nick repeated sterner. The rage in him seemed to darken his eyes. Nobody, I'm fine. Nick studied your features, disbelief in his eyes. Suddenly his expression went slack and you'd imagine he'd put two and two together. Woof woof. Nick's brown gaze hitched up to the little Yorkie jumping on two hind legs in front of him. He stared at the dog for a moment, appearing shocked, and then picked up Rat Dog with one large hand. The Rat Dog with one large hand. Rat Dog began to whine uncontrollably, shaking his butt at turbo speed, stretching to lick Nick's jaw with his tiny tongue. Joey, what the? I found him yesterday, you said, answering his unasked question. He didn't have a collar on. He's yours? Yes, he is. He set the white paper bag on the floor and held Joey up to his face with both hands, kissing his little furry head. Never in your life had you seen a grown man so affectionate and happy over such a cute, tiny dog, and it was sweet. I can't believe you found him. I mean, what are the odds? I put flyers up everywhere for this little guy. I wasn't worried he'd get hit by I was worried he'd get hit by a car or freeze because he's so small. But all along, you had him? He locked eyes with you and appeared to be at a sudden loss for words. Rather awkwardly, he plucked the white paper bag off the floor and handed it to you. I brought you a bagel. You hid your excitement well. A bagel? An iced tea. It's a peace offering. I came here to apologize to you. The way he shifted on his feet came across as almost nervous. I was a real D word to you today. Moving here from LA, unpacking and dealing with the paperwork for the center has been stressing me out. But that's no excuse for the way I treated you. You impressed me today, and I hope you'll come back to the center. I hope you'll forgive me. You acknowledged his apology, but didn't quite forgive him yet. Toasted? What? The bagel. Is it toasted? Oh, yeah, it's toasted. And you got it from the place down the street? Yes, that's the one. He scratched the back of his head, holding Rat Dog with his other large hand. I couldn't believe they were open this late. They didn't have any plain bagels left, so I ordered you what I got, an everything bagel with vegetable cream cheese.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Nick Bateman had gotten you your favorite freaking bagel.
Does it say frickin' or does it say fucking?
It says the F word.
Okay. Just wondering.
She's gonna marry this man. Honestly, that made you happier than a bouquet of flowers. If you weren't so stubborn and prideful, you would have ditched. Yep, you would have you were very excited for that. You peeked in the bag. There's 2 bagels in here. Well, look at that. He smirked that dazzling smirk and his almond-shaped brown eyes narrowed. It looks like you can have both of them, or I could give one to Rat Dog, you teased. Rat Dog, who was curled up in Nick's hands, looked over his shoulder at you and licked the air. You locked eyes with Nick again and realized he'd been checking you out. The thick tension between you two was magnetic and dangerous, and drew your eyes to his shoulders and his other muscles. Letting Nick into your apartment was a lot of trust on your part.
What other muscles?
I'm not saying. Trust that you weren't too sure he deserved yet. But your gut was telling you that Nick was a good guy. Deep, deep, like Grand Canyon deep. You felt something for him that was just more than attraction. And if you turned him down now, you would regret not hearing him out for the rest of your life. May I speak freely? You asked softly, stepping to the side and swinging the door open wider for him to walk in. He towered over you and stopped when he was just past the door. He set Rat down. He set Dog down, and Rat Dog became uninterested in either of you and raced toward the pile of pillow next to your bed. Of course, he said. I still don't like you. I just don't want to eat alone. Translation, don't try or translation, you try something, you get pepper sprayed. A smile twitched on his lips. Your eyes went slightly wide. How the frick did he know? I can see the outline of the bottle, and I understand, but I want you to know I'm not that type of guy. Translation, I'm perfectly fine with your preferences, but that doesn't mean I'll stop trying or slap your bum with a bow staff to make you feel like a lesser person. He ran a hand over his jaw. I can't apologize enough for that. It's all right. I'll just have to get you back. Had you seriously just said that out loud? Now he was chuckling. You really are something else, you know that? He pulled a chair out from your small kitchen table, spun it around and straddled it. For the first time ever, you were jealous of a chair. It's late. We're just having a quick friendly conversation. We'll start off with that shiner you have on your face courtesy of Cesspool. He nodded to the chair next to him, and eventually you sat down and smacked the paper bag onto the table. Busted. Why? He asked when you didn't say anything. Why would you go and fight at Cesspool? Are you trying to get yourself unalived? I can handle myself. I'm one of the best fighters there. Your injuries say otherwise. I don't want you to get hurt. You just met me. And this is crazy, but here's my number. So call me maybe. That doesn't mean I'm not allowed to care about your safety. I've heard some effed up stories about Cesspool. You couldn't meet his eyes. Listen, just because I'm a woman, that has nothing to do with it. I trust you. I trust your skills and your capabilities, regardless of your gender, or I wouldn't be here right now. I don't trust the scum at Cesspool. I don't want you in the ring knowing there's a chance you might be fighting a psychopath and he'll do terrible things. Instantly your mind went to Rhett, but then you thought of your father, someone had gone too far and actually unalived him. Well, you said, it's a good thing this isn't medieval times and you don't own me. We live in a world where crap happens, Nick. People unalive in the most random and unexpected ways, and people make stupid decisions when they don't have anyone to remind them of how important they are. Your life is important to me. It's important to Max, too. You stared at each other for a long time. What were you doing at Cesspool anyway? You pushed away from the kitchen table, found some aspirin over the sink, and searched the freezer for an ice pack. Seconds later, you swallowed a pill, downed half a glass of water, and held an ice pack against your cheek. Trying to pick up one of the trashy girls that the fighters sometimes drag trying to pick up one of the trashy girls that the fighters sometimes drag along with them. I'd heard about the arena from a friend and wanted to check it out. I won't be going again. You sat in one of your kitchen chairs, pulled out the bagel from the bag. Couldn't afford to lose any more money? No, the smell was horrible, he said, ignoring your bitterness. I didn't bet anything, I just observed. I know, you admitted. I saw you. You did? Yep. Well, he took the bagel out of the white paper bag. I've seen you fight, and you fight hard. That wasn't you out there tonight. His smile was slow, almost devilish, as he came to some realization. Wait a minute. I effed up your mojo tonight, didn't I? I was probably the last person you wanted to see. Still are. He leaned forward on the table and lowered his voice. That was why you kept flirting with me. You were doing so well. You leaned toward him. Then you got overconfident. Aren't you supposed to be winning me back for the center or something? He chuckled. I feel like you're fighting real hard not to like me. Eat your bagel. Nick blew out a frustrated breath and leaned back in his seat. You mimicked his position, too irritated to eat. From an outsider's perspective, it appeared you were about to make a business deal. All right, what's it gonna take? Nick asked. What's what gonna take? What's it gonna take to get you to come back? I need someone like you at the center. You're passionate, tough, and you tell it how it is. He raked his hands through his hair. This whole situation is making me feel like crap. I know I really hurt your feelings. I'm sorry, I really am. You sipped on your iced tea, wondering why you had ever been nervous in front of this man to begin with. The ball was in your court. He wanted you back. And it was starting to be clear that he cared about your opinion of him. If anything, he should have been nervous. He needed you. And you didn't want to be the shy girl who let men in like Nick. Or you didn't want to be the shy girl who let men like Nick push you around. Deep down you knew you got a little more nervous around men than most women did because of Rhett and the way he treated you during your relationship. You couldn't let that fear define you as a person and suppress your true self. Rhett was the past. Right now is the present. It was time to show Nick who was really in charge. I want a rematch, she said finally. And this time, you have to be blindfolded. I also got to chain you up to the ceiling like a piñata and whack your junk with a bow staff. You started to laugh loudly. A muscle in his jaw twitched. Silence. Your expression remained calm, but your heart was smashing in your ribs. You couldn't believe your own boldness, but it was too late to stop now. Tell me, Nicholas, are you frustrated that you're not getting what you want? You began to braid your wet hair to the side. Because it seems to me that you want me back for another reason. You fluttered your eyelashes. Don't give up yet. I bet you have any other girl's heart in your hands at any moment. Nicholas? That's right. You turned in your seat so that you were facing him. Do you think I'm an idiot? I know exactly what this was from the moment you walked in here. And what exactly is this? You trying to get with me? He burst out laughing. You're wrong, princess. You sure? Positive. Now he was grinning again. I don't mix business with pleasure. Right now, this is all business. He pushed your bagel closer to you. Now, why don't you eat something? I can practically hear your stomach growling. You pushed the bagel back. Call me princess again, and I'll mix business with pleasure and knock your pretty teeth out, you said pleasantly. You could try, he challenged, but we both know that any attempts at knocking my pretty teeth out would end with you pinned on the floor. Leaning in, you lowered your voice. Would you like to test that? He leaned in as well, putting your faces inches apart. I don't fight hurt women, he whispered. You looked at his lips, he looked at yours. Then you both looked up and locked eyes again. Thus began the most intense staring contest of your life. Cue the good, the bad, and the ugly showdown music. Something snapped in you, and you knocked him out of his chair. You both toppled to the ground and wrestled like two wild animals. Eventually, you got him in a headlock and squeeze, trying to suffocate the laughter out of him. He was laughing. Instead of fighting your hold, Nick reached back and pinched your side, making you squeal with sudden laughter. He grabbed onto you and twisted his muscular body, bringing you with him and flipping you over onto your back. That knocked the wind out of you, and while you were stunned, he pinned your arms and legs. His breathing had accelerated, and when you looked up into his striking eyes, his pupils were expanded. Jesus, Mary Christ!
Jeez.
Your body reacted to him, and like you needed to beat him up some more. Oh, I am not repeating this joke.
Oh no! Wait, I want to see.
It's right there. Sorry, Anita. I'm sorry. My nose is runny.
How dare you have a runny nose?
And I'm using hand sanitizer. Everything is clean. What's happening in chat? I'm so lost. Everything is a blur.
This is stupid.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a dick joke.
Yeah.
It's not a very good, funny one. It's just stupid.
Nick kissed you hard on the mouth and ended your thoughts. Then he kissed you again and again. And
sorry, Gabe.
yeah, it's fine. You liked neck kisses. Crap, you probably thought he didn't know the truth about Rat Dog or how you were a massive fan of his. He didn't know any of that, and it felt wrong to be making out with him.
Girlie, we're way past that.
I'm just happy to see you, Nick finally replied, once he pulled back from your mouth. When you met his gaze, you thought of that time when you looked at his image and seeing his abs and his jawline that could cut the thickest of bricks because it was so sharp. I wish I remembered Azula's line from Avatar: The Last Bender, where it's like, "We could cut Imperial ships because your wit is so sharp," or something like that. I usually don't do this, he was saying. I mean, we barely know each other. Are you sure you want to? Yes, but I have to tell you something first that might complicate things, you blurted out, breathing hard with adrenaline. You couldn't keep it in any longer. You had to tell him everything, everything. And it all came out in a big explosion of words. I knew who you were before I met you. I follow you on Instagram. I knew you had a dog that looked like Joey. Heck, I knew in my gut it was Joey, but I was too afraid to tell you. You kept making me angry, and I kept postponing asking you if you lost your dog. I mean, can you blame me though? If I'd asked you if you lost your dog, there was the chance that you thought that I was a fan and that I had, and that would have made you really uncomfortable, because that would be crazy, and then it would make everything uncomfortable. And I have definitely looked at your pictures for a while, you know. Throughout your confession, you watched Nick's expression get more and more puzzled. He hovered over you, bracing himself on his hands and taking everything in. You were certain he was about to call the whole thing off, file a restraining order against you, and never speak to you again. So that's why you ran from me when I met you? Because you were embarrassed? Yes. He sat back on his heels, expression flat. I don't know what to say. You wiped your hands over your burning face. Me neither. Nick beamed and leaned toward you again so that his mouth was in your ear. I knew you were a fan the moment you called me a model. It was written all over your face. And as for keeping Joey from me, you took care of him. That's all that matters to me. You were so relieved by this that you laughed. I thought you were gonna be so mad. You thought wrong. Wait, you knew I was a fan of you? Yes. His mischievous eyes looked over you, and then he kissed your neck again. His voice dropped to something lower. His voice dropped lower, huskier. Now, what was that about you looking at me? Something about you stuffing things, you looking
You
at
can
me.
do it. It's okay.
I'm not gonna say it.
No, I'm just saying you can get through. I believe in you.
Thanks. You're gonna have to fight me for it. From how I really feel about you. There, that's what the book says. Thank goodness the overhead camera isn't on, or else I'd just be like, Nick stood up and offered his hand. You took it and stood. Are you sure you want to do this? He asked. You should be resting. I have no problem talking with you a little more and leaving. Or I could just sleep over. I'm an A+ cuddler. Are you serious? What? That feeling that felt like something out of a Hallmark movie.
All of this is out of what's happening?
I don't know. I want you. He started towards you, and you stopped him with your hand. And if you have a sudden change of heart and say you want to take things slower when everything's not as intense as it is right now, it's fine. If you smirked, not only, if you know what I mean. Take matters into your own hands, you smirked, if you know what I mean. I like how there was the chapter where it's like, oh, this is probably like gone from NSFW to SFW, and this is full on like, these are my intentions, this is what I want. I am a strong independent, and I want you, Nick Bateman.
Oh gosh.
And I'm just like, oh okay. Oh, I feel like I shouldn't be reading that out loud. With Rhett, you'd eventually gotten used to him seeing you, but you can never recall feeling this nervous with him. Nick was special to you. You really trusted men. What made Nick an exception was that you mattered to him. He gave a crap, and that was hard to come by for you. Nick pulled you out and he kissed your collarbone. Oh, a rematch. A rematch, he said. A rematch without you smacking me. If I win, I get to co-run the center with you. We can discuss my salary after I win. They're still in the bed. You're crazy. What's wrong? Afraid you'll lose? You wish. He brushed the hair out of your eye with his fingertips. I'm basically savage, except cuter. You started to playfully smack his shoulder, and his eyes narrowed as he snickered. Say we do have this rematch and you win. I can't promote you like that. It's immoral. Block. What are you? Bark. What are you? Bark. Hey, bark. Frick, okay. He pinched your lips together, and you shook silently with laughter. What if I win this rematch? You put your hands away from his mouth. Name your price, lover boy. I've named mine. Dinner? I get to take you to dinner anywhere I want, and I get to pick out your dress. You grown a dress? You don't own dresses, do you? I don't even own heels, he snickered. Well, boo-hoo, princess. If I win, you have to wear a dress and heels. So all you want is dinner? You ask skeptically. Dinner, and then I get to take you on some more dates afterward.
I'm sure that's exactly what he said.
That's exactly what he said. And you have to take your regular jog back if I win. Deal? Deal. That morning.
Oh, we get to. Oh, thank God. OMG, I hate this. I hate this, dude. We all hate this. We are all in this. Oh, God. This is going in thanks. I hate it. This is going in thanks. I
Why
hate
is
it.
this so long? We have like 10 pages left.
Do you want me to read the last 10?
No, I got it.
You're like, I'm gonna finish it.
I'm gonna finish this. I started this, now I'm gonna finish. Have I been reading for like an hour?
You've been reading for like half an hour, I think 45 minutes.
Oh, okay. The morning you devoured your scrumptious everything bagel with vegetable cream cheese and took a shower. Or at least you tried to take a shower until Nick climbed in with you. And
Nick! Get the fuck out!
Or I'm just imagining and
Milo goes, 10.
Yep. Unfortunately, they both had to deal with a cold shower because the hot water didn't work, and so it was boring and nothing happened.
And nothing happened.
The building sucked. After getting dressed, you took a taxi to Nick's apartment so he could get a fresh change of clothes and a crate Rat Dog. Apparently, Rat Dog tended to act out when he was spoiled and carried around every day. Oops. Maybe Joey just likes me better, you tease. He never acted out with me. That's because Joey's smart and loves being around gorgeous women. You smacked Nick's arms and this is like the 5th time she said snickered. Now I want a Snickers. His apartment smelled like his cologne and was filled with high-end leather furniture and dozens of boxes that were still unpacked. He led you by hand to his bedroom and your mouth fell open. His bed resembled a cloud of masculine blankets. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson's arms and Arnold Schwarzenegger from the Terminator's arms were all that were on the bed, but they were pillows because buff men need buff blankets. Just kidding, it was just masculine blankets. Raised up on a high platform, you catapulted onto the bed, lying across it starfish style. Nick disappeared into his closet and reappeared in a fresh gray sweatshirt and other pair of joggers. He laughed when he saw you. Comfortable, princess? You closed your eyes, pretending to snore. 15 minutes later, you and Nick strolled side by side into the fitness center, like a king and queen arriving at their palace. Well, if a cold gym with sticky men and decor that was strictly limited to paint peeling off the walls could ever be considered a palace, you still didn't work at the you still didn't work at the center anymore. But since Nick and you had agreed to a rematch, you'd arrived at the place early to fight. Other employees were there early, warming up, getting a quick workout on, and stretching. None of them were paying attention to you, but it would be rather awkward if you started fighting in front of them. Still, you were... Alright, never mind. Still, you were giddy with excitement and couldn't remember the last time you were pumped to kick someone's butt. Nick was done for. Suddenly, you became aware of the bell that went off at the front of the center whenever someone entered the building. Oh no. You turned to look over your shoulder to see who it was, and your smile fell. Auburn hair, green eyes. Gabriel Kustick was in the center. Ew, that guy.
Oh, no. You would never.
Just kidding, I don't have a bulky build. Auburn hair, green eyes, disfigured nose. You must be a Weasley. Sorry. Disfigured nose, bulky build. You gotta be freaking kidding me. Emotions hit you at full force as you watched the man saunter farther into the center and look around. He met your gaze and your breath caught in your throat. A cruel smile curved on his lips. Rhett. Your psycho-abusive ex-boyfriend was in the center. Your center. He was in the same room with you instead of rotting away in a jail cell like he should have been. You thought you would have a heart attack or a panic attack right there, then and there. Panic attack seemed more logical. Blood pulsed in your ears and your chest tightened with each quick breath you inhaled. One moment you've been smiling and perfectly fine. The next moment, a little Perry jumped into your lap to calm you down. Nick shook you from your thoughts. Hey, you all right? He looked over at Rhett. You know him or something? Rhett's expression shifted into something friendly, and he waved at the two of you. Your hands tightened into fists. This couldn't be real. This couldn't be real. He must have tracked you down. Now Rhett was staring at you and Nick, and who knew what was going through that lunatic's head right now? Rhett's severe temper, and the last thing you wanted was for Nick to get hurt because of you. You'd already endangered his life the moment Rhett saw you with him. I'm fine. You managed to get out evenly, but on the inside you were struggling to keep it together. I have to handle a private matter. Nick looked back at Rhett, and you could tell Nick was taking in bad vibes from the situation. He stepped closer to you and stared Rhett down. Still as hot as it was that Nick was being possessive, you needed to get your butt moving before he got involved with Rhett. Rhett was your problem. Nick, I'm fine. Just stay here, okay? Before he could argue, you dismissed him with your back, or you dismissed him with your back as you stormed toward Rhett. You stopped a safe distance away from him, and he smirked. You have some freaking nerve showing up here. I wanted to surprise you. He stepped forward for a hug, and you stepped back. He looked stoned and drunk off his butt. You imagine he was wired on drugs the entire night, which would explain why he got to the center so early. Well, all right then. I guess I don't get a welcome back kiss. It took a lot of dedication to find you, you know. Time in a cage can really make a man miss his girl. You don't care about any of that. You just had to find the right way to play this to get him out of here. You didn't care about any of that. You just had to find the right way to play this to get him out of here. What the F do you want from me? His amusement fell away. A favor. I've lost my placing at cesspool, and my criminal record is effing me over, keeping me from getting a job. Your friend, the slur for a person of the LGBTQIA plus community, owner of the place, Pringle, or whatever the F his name is, has been giving me a hard time about getting back in cesspool. I need money and not the quick and easy bucks that the lower rankies get. Convince your friend to get me up in the rankings, and you'll never have to see my handsome face again. I really need your help. You didn't give a flying foofa. I'm just like, oh no, don't have it fall. Didn't give a flying foofa about Rhett's lifestyle post-prison. If you did any favors for him, he'd just keep coming back for more. And if Chip pushed Rhett up in the ranks, which he wouldn't, it wasn't as if Rhett would use the money for groceries or donate all his victory earnings to children. He would spend it on drugs. No, you finally say. No. Oh, is that how it is? Our knows best. He's so mature now. Just a clever grown up miss. Marcy knows best. Fine, if you're so sure now. Go ahead and give them this. How did you? This is why he's here. Don't let him deceive you. Give it to him, watch, you'll see. I will. Trust me, my dear. That's how fast I leave you. I won't say I told you so. No, Marcy knows best. So if Nick's such a dreamboat, go and put him to the test. Rhett, wait. If he's lying, don't come crying. Rhett knows best.
Theater kids, I swear.
Oh, that was beautiful.
Oh my god. We need that and the I'm just a bill.
Oh, goodness. No. Rhett's features contorted in anger. Clearly, the last thing he'd expected for you was to say no. You thought he'd come barreling toward you. What the frick do you mean no? I'm not doing it. Get the heck out of here before I contact your parole officer. Harassing me combined with your going to cesspool will make you go back to jail. Dropping the accidentally slipping on the shower floors in no time. Rhett's face went red with anger. Don't you threaten me, B-word. He started towards you and you backed up. Do you really think a frickin' parole officer will stop me from hurting? Hey! Nick's voice boomed from behind you. What the F is going on here?
That's what I've been asking.
Oh gosh. Rhett stopped. A grin framed his face, and then he hitched his gaze to Nick. Fear licked up your spine. You knew that expression all too well. Rhett was itching for a fight. We're just having a friendly conversation, man, he said, holding his arms out in an easygoing way. Get the frick out of my gym. No offense, but the conversation is between her and me. Turn around and go back the way you came, Rhett said forcefully. Rhett's nostrils flare and the two squared off. Nick, please stop. You hunky hunk of man meat. Please don't do it. You grab Nick's arms and pull. She didn't say that.
Okay.
It's just the way she. You grab Nick's arm and pulled him back a step. Red is right. This is between him and me. What's wrong? Afraid I'll hurt your boyfriend? Rhett raked you up and down with his gaze, licking the bottom or licking his bottom lip a little. He'll get tired of you, you know. You're too fricked in the head for anyone to love. I bet your father didn't even love you. Tears pricked in your eyes. Don't you dare talk about my father, you piece of crap. You lunged toward him, but Nick yanked you back and held you against his chest. Let go of me. He continued to hold you in a steel lock, but eventually you relaxed. Rhett wasn't worth it. Employees began to edge closer to see what the commotion was about. This is your last warning, man, he said, stepping up to Rhett, holding you with one arm behind him. Leave the premises or I'll make you leave.
Sorry, Perry's fur.
Oh, no, it's all good. Oh, that is so cute. Oh, and the yeah, that's adorable.
Hi, Perry. Calm down.
You evaluated the two men. Rhett's disadvantage was that he was a good 3 inches shorter than Nick, where he would have the advantage was in strength. His body was crammed with bulging muscles that had been amplified by steroids and protein shakes. Nick was all muscle.
Not just steroids, but also protein shakes that I can't forgive.
Oh gosh, the best Ostabros are like, oh, we don't see anything wrong with the protein. What's wrong with the protein? Nick's advantage was that he could move smoother and faster on his feet like a jaguar. Rhett burst out laughing. Fine, make me leave. Let's see who's a better man after I snap you in half. He shoved Nick's chest. Let's go right now. Hit me. Red, don't, you pleaded. Red ignored you and shoved Nick again. Come on, pretty boy. Let's see what you got. Come on. Nick put his fist up and remained deadly still, disregarding Rhett's taunts with an even expression. Consequently, Rhett became enraged, grinding his teeth. His knuckles cracked as he tightened them into fists. You thought about intervening further, but this was Nick's fight now. He'd chosen to protect you, and you wouldn't be one of those idiot girls who would jump in the middle of an all-out brawl between two grown men. That would just be stupid.
Oh gosh. I thought gender didn't matter anymore.
Yeah, but as a full-grown man myself, I would also not jump into the middle of two grown men fighting.
No, to be fair, it's just funny. I was like, what are you saying? I'm a girl? And she's like, oh, I can't get into a fight with two men.
That would be crazy.
We have a dinosaur in the non-fandom chat.
Yay, dinosaurs. Sorry.
You're good.
Suddenly, Rhett rolled with his adrenaline rush and came forward first, aiming with his fist toward Nick's face. Nick blocked, snatched Rhett's outstretched arm and counterpunched him in the face. Rhett tried for a quick hook, and Nick ducked under it, dropping a punch into Rhett's solar plexus. Rhett was paralyzed for a fraction of a second, and Nick used this to his advantage. He moved forward and grabbed a fistful of Rhett's longish red hair. In one quick motion, he brought Rhett's head down and slammed a knee into his gut. Nick ended the fight with one hard blow to Rhett's back with his elbow. Rhett collapsed to the ground, wheezing. The fight had quickly ended as quickly as it had begun. Rhett held his gut with a pained expression. You frickin' psycho. You lay one frickin' finger on her ever again, Nick said in a calm voice, and I'll make breathing a permanent issue for you. A roar of applause came across from the employees standing around the fight. Nick didn't seem to hear it and looked over at you. You couldn't bring yourself to look back. You were at a different angle from Nick and saw it first. While laying his act on thick, Rhett had reached for a knife in his boot. You snapped into action and sprinted forward. As Rhett lunged toward Nick with the blade, your sneaker snapped off the ground, kicking the blade from his hand. Then you delivered a punch so hard into Rhett's face that you could feel his nose shattering beneath your knuckles. Rhett was out cold before he hit the ground. One of the employees had called the cops during the fight. They arrived shortly after Rhett regained consciousness and collected him. You, Nick, and some employees were questioned. You wanted to tell Nick everything about Rhett, but feared the consequences. The moment you said Rhett verbally abused you and made you feel like a lesser person, yet you stayed with him for months, would be the moment Nick saw you as damaged goods. And the more you'd spent time with Nick, the more you cared about his opinion of you. You wanted him to see you as you, not as the scared, lonely girl who fell for a maniac. It was humiliating. But at the same time, you knew that Nick needed to know, excuse me, that in some ways you wanted him to know. So when you told the cops about you and Rhett, you made sure Nick was beside you. You felt the gravity of the situation weigh down on you as Nick took it all in, silently watching you. Once you were done telling the cops everything, it was ruled that you had defended yourself. You felt your chest tighten, excused yourself, and headed quickly for the locker rooms. Vaguely, you heard Nick calling after you as you slipped into the women's locker room. But all you could focus on was the monster that haunted your dreams, had been in the same building as you in your special place. In the locker room, you splashed icy water on your face. You heard footsteps entering and wiped frantically at your tears, as if that would stop them. In the mirror over the sink, you saw Nick step up behind you, visibly saddened. I can't imagine what you're feeling right now. If you want me to leave you alone, I'll leave. I'm just sorry that prick was ever in your life. Nick placed a hand on your waist and you started to sob all over again. You didn't want him to feel bad for you, but it was inevitable. Frick, come here. He spun you around and pulled you to his strong chest so that you were cocooned by his delicious cologne and warm body. Eventually, you pulled back and struggled to keep your voice clear of emotion. I'm so embarrassed, you said miserably. All of your racing thoughts began to pour out. You must see me differently now. You must think I'm so damaged. Rhett wasn't always like that. He's my problem, and I made him yours out there. I can't thank you enough for what you did for me, Nick. I made you fight my own battle. And Nick cut you off, pressing his lips together. His tongue, pressing his lips against yours. Your head spun and you sank into the kiss. Then your eyes snapped open and you pushed him back. I don't know if I could do this. You're a nice guy and I really like you, but look at me. I'm a mess. You have every right to be a mess right now. If you weren't, I'd be concerned. Nick, you didn't make me do anything out there. I wasn't about to let some butthole hurt you. That has to do with me caring about you. The sincerity in his words made you melt a little on the inside. And you don't have to explain yourself. He wiped away a tear from your cheek. Your past is your past. I'm interested in the version of in front of me. The gorgeous girl who told me the first time I met. Third time, you third time. Second time I ran away, and third time I told you off. He frowned. And the first time, your face turned a deep red. Your Instagram feed. Third time we met, then. He laughed and played with a stray piece of hair that had fallen out of your braid. Whatever this is between us has nothing to do with what happened to you in the past. As far as I'm concerned, you fought your own battle today, too. That kick to disarm Rhett was the final punch to his face, that kick to disarm Rhett and that final punch in the face were the most BA thing ever. Plus, you probably saved my life. His arrogant joke made you both laugh. And, he grew serious, you did something that I thought was impossible. He leaned into you. Under the fluorescent light, you could see the specks of light brown in his dark, almond-shaped eyes. You made me like you more. Your smile was timid at first, like the shy, innocent girl like that of a shy, innocent girl getting complimented. But then you snapped out of it and punched him in the arm. Gosh, you're such a sap sometimes. Truth be told, you wanted to see where things went with you, too. You're wrong about one thing, you inhaled slowly. You didn't just protect me out there, you protected the center. Max would have done the same thing. I really think this place is in good hands, Nick. You stepped closer to him and held his stubbly jaw with two hands. And it'll be even better once I kick your frickin' butt in that fight tonight. Nick had taken Rhett down at an incredible speed, which concerned you because it was T-minus 10 minutes until your rematch with LA Surfer Boy. You contacted Chip and asked for a very special favor, 30 minutes of free time in his underground arena. Since this pool didn't open until later, no one would be there. Here are the keys to lock up when you're done, Chip said, still giddy about the bagel you'd brought him along with the hot cashier's number. Your mind was at ease knowing Rhett was in custody with an unpleasant bruise on his face from your fist. You hoped he'd actually rotten in jail the second time around. You're a good friend, Chip. Thanks for doing this for me. I know it's risky opening up during the day. Anything for you, darling. You smacked his chest as he laughed. Metal doors opened and slammed shut, echoing in the arena. Nick appeared with his duffel bag and bow staff and swept his gaze over the spacious area. He spotted you, smiled, and walked toward you. Holy crap, Chip muttered. That's Nick? He's a model, you whispered. I approve. As Nick came a bit closer, Chip muttered, Quick, ask him if he's bi. You elbowed Chip in the gut and motioned to him. This is my friend Chip. He owns Cesspool. The two shared a manly sup and shook hands. Sup. Handshake. I'd love to stay and watch you kick her butt, man, but I have other plans, Chip joked. Nice meeting you. He turned to you, shielding the side of his face from Nick and mouthing, Holy freaking crap. Then left the two of you alone in the arena. So I guess this means you're not quitting Cesspool, Nick said. I wouldn't jump to conclusions just yet, you replied slyly. Co-owning a dying fitness center can really take up a girl's time. He rolled his eyes. Have a quick lunch before you came here. He stepped up to the raised boxing ring. Hope you don't get any cramps during the fight. Didn't eat. Nick hopped into the ring and began to twirl his bow staff around his body. Don't worry, I'll have a bigger dinner with you tonight after I quickly win this thing. You narrowed your eyes at him as he snickered. It's like the fourth Snickers.
That's like the fifth, I think.
Oh gosh, the fifth Snicker. Remember, you said, stepping closer to Nick, if I win, the deal is I get to co-own the center with you. He arched his eyebrows. And if I win, I get to take you to dinner and it'll be great.
And
you
it'll
circled.
be great.
It'll be great. And we'll watch a movie.
And nothing else at all.
Yep.
They're at least adults.
Yeah, they're adults, but I'm not reading this out loud.
Fair enough.
A boxing ring seems a little confining for our fight. Nick smacked the ropes next to him with his bow staff. And you're also more used to the space of the ring than I am. Are you trying to make the match more difficult for me? Well, when you put it that, you stopped mid-sentence and thrust toward Nick with your bow staff, nearly hitting him in the face. At the last second, he snapped into action, blocking it with a quicker circular motion of his weapon. Are you trying to unalive me? You didn't bow out of courtesy, princess. You grinned. It says pool. There aren't any rules. Before he could reply, you spun the weapon over your head and struck him in the ribs. He blocked and thrust toward with a combo. Now you are on defense, and his attacks were getting faster and more aggressive. He wanted to end the fight quickly, but you were hanging in there. Save some of that energy for shopping for your dress, baby. Nick broke away and twirled the weapon effortlessly around his body, amusement dancing in his eyes. He beckoned you forward. Come on, baby, let's end this. You charged and moved faster than ever before, putting all your focus and energy into each strike, block, thrust you initiated. Nick slowly began to retreat as you corralled him with every attack. He'd done exactly what you would expected and eventually hit the boxing ring ropes. This error put him at a disadvantage. You lunged forward and rapid-fire attacks from both sides of the bow staff, ending with a sweep of his legs that he was too slow to block. You both froze and made eye contact. Game over, you said. Nick let his head fall back. Fudge! You stepped back and curtsied. He daggered you with his gaze as he spun around the boxing ring, rubbing it in that you'd won. You sashayed back to him and poked him teasingly with your bow staff. Co-owner, co-owner. You sang over and over. At least I didn't rub it in when I won. Are you holding up your end of the deal? Of course, he looked miserable. A deal's a deal. You laughed, dropped your bow staff, strutted over to him, wrapped your hands around his neck, and kissed him. He was tense at first, but then he relaxed, tilting his head at a better angle to deepen the kiss. His hands fell on your waist and held you possessively. Perhaps we should have dinner to celebrate our new partnership, you said. I have this new dress and heels. Slowly, Nick's mouth lifted into a smile. I'll pick you up at 7.
Oh my god, it's at the end. Oh, thank
that's
god.
the end.
Take a breath.
My gosh, I feel like my voice got deeper throughout all that. I feel like my voice is deeper now.
I'll be responsible for the next couple.
Or maybe one, I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
That was an hour. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Why are these chapters so long?
That one was.
Well, I mean, that's cool. I mean, I like the story, but I'm just like,
Yes, we're free from Darcy. Nega Marcy. Oh my god. That was okay, so you want to see here, I'll share with Pat too.
Way too long.
So long, way too long. All so long.
Oh gosh, I apologize again for my like messing everything up during that chapter.
Oh, you did great. I can't imagine. That was awful. Okay, so here is my this is my tier list so far. As I see it, I didn't bother scaling them correctly because this book doesn't deserve it. At the actually good story, Benedict Cumberbatch story up
Agreed.
there sits there at Ashwood. So bad it's great. I have the Kim Kardashian saving the world and the Zac Efron coming in to be like, yes, I will sing to help you with your camp High School Musical, and I'm obsessed with you, and I always have been. Silly but cute. We have the Chris Evans at the airport. We have the Daryl, or the,
Norman Reedus.
Norman Reedus. That's his real name, and the Kylie. I thought that was fair. The it was okay is the J Law.
Yeah.
The very very boring is the first Anna Todd one. The Daniel. What's the name that none of us really knew that well. And then the Thanks I Hate It. I have the Cameron Dallas. I have the Rebel Wilson, and I have that one that we just
Nick
read.
Bateman. Oh my gosh. Nick Bateman, if you see this, I'm sorry. I didn't write this.
I would want financial compensation if I was him.
Yes, here's your $2.
Yeah, right. Like if they got money.
No,
that was exhausting. No, Gabe, it wasn't you. 'Twas the story.
Thank you all for being so understanding.
You really did a good job. I can't imagine. That was awful. It started off and I was like, maybe this will be interesting, and then it wasn't at all.
I can't. Why we find these stories where the bad guy has auburn hair, and I'm like, can we please find a story where the ginger is like can we have another Brave? Where's a Merida character with like red hair that's the protagonist?
The Daniel Sherman one was written for me specifically as the one person in this chat who loves him, but also it sucked. I felt bad that I didn't know who he was. It was just a very boring story. It had nothing to do, none of these stories have anything to do with the actual, the liking or disliking has nothing to do with whether you actually like the person. It's just well, this is a story that exists.
How long is the next story?
It's only 10. I feel, and the next one is short too. So, no, the next two combined is less than a half of what you just read.
Oh gosh.
Oh God, I'm so sorry.
It's okay. At least my voice is deeper, so I sound cooler now.
I'm sorry. Do you have a drink?
Oh yeah, I have. I still have some water. Everything's fine. I like having a deep voice. It's fine.
Okay. Oh my God, that was brutal. That was bad.
Yep.
That was very bad. Who wrote that one?
Someone who has very deep thoughts about Nick Bateman.
Someone really does.
I'm just imagining someone is gonna find our Instagrams and be like, hey, did you read that story about me? And we're like, oh my gosh, Rebel Wilson?
This Katrina E. Tonks. I mean, I'm not a published author, so I can't give that much criticism, but look at the chunk of the book. That was a chunk.
That was a chunk.
That was a huge chunk. We're still going to end this day after everything still having covered over 100 pages, so good for us.
Oh my gosh. Go team.
Go team.
Oh gosh, can you imagine me reading that before dinner?
God. We would have eaten up here again. We would have been stuck. It's really clear that Anna watched one very specific episode of Teen Wolf Season 3 and based his personality off of how the character was in that one. I love when people are like or dislike a person based on what their character did, and I'm like, you realize that's literally not them, right?
What? You mean that one guy, that abusive husband in The Walking Dead doesn't act like that in real life? Because there was this one, in Alexandria, there was a guy who abused his wife or something, and the kids were brats. It was great.
Well, it's what's his name that played in Falcon and the Winter Soldier, the bad guy, the white new Captain America, who wasn't really Captain America.
Oh yeah.
Everybody hated on that guy because the character was so awful, and it's guys, he's a nice guy. He's doing his job. You're supposed to not like him. That just means don't hate him because he's doing his job, right?
Oh, Wyatt Russell, I believe.
Wyatt Russell, yeah.
But yeah, it's just that just means he did a good job. He's doing his job.
Kurt Russell and what's her name's son is who he is.
Yes.
And Kate Hudson's brother, I guess. Yeah.
Or I think that they're
Oh,
half.
acting.
I think they're half. Or I know Oliver and Kate are they're
They're-
Hudsons, and then so I think
They
he's a
could be
half
half.
brother.
They could be, but
Yeah.
still brother. We're not gonna be like oh, what was that we were just reading? Oh, Dawn. We were reading a California Diaries, and Dawn's all mad that her dad and her stepmom are having a baby, and she's like, "It's just my half sister." And we're like, "Calm down, give us a break."
Gosh.
I'm acting.
Oh, that reminds me of in All Stars 1 of RuPaul's Drag Race, and one of the Untucked, one of the contestants is like, "Ha ha, I'm acting."
All right. An Occasional Friday. Scarlet Drake. Who do we think this one's gonna be about?
Oh gosh.
Imagine no one else has recognized him yet, only you. You've always been amazed at how easily he's able to blend into a crowd. Maybe it's because the paparazzi and pictures of him walking down the street make him look just like another London hipster. Oh no. Except he's not. The closer you are to him, the more you realize there's an intimate perfection to him that's hard to capture, as though he's been handcrafted from some precious mineral you can't pronounce. He has sunglasses on and his hat pulled down low, covering most of his face. He's almost unrecognizable. Almost. You know him everywhere, even sitting across from you now on the subway. With his head down, he keeps his eyes on the screen of the smartphone and scrolls lazily. Is he Googling his own name? You wonder how often celebrities actually do that. Probably not very often if they care about their mental health. The vanity. I've heard actors in like those celebrities answer Google searches things where it's like they answer like they're like, so do you Google yourself? And they're like, no. Can you imagine? That would be awful.
I think I was reading something where Jennifer Aniston was like, "Yeah, I Googled myself, and don't do that."
John Oliver has a really funny bit about ruining his own life by Googling himself one time.
Oh no.
The vanity search. It must be beyond tempting. You hope he isn't, though, for his own sake. You've searched his name 1,000 times before, more than he's ever done himself, no doubt. And often the things that popped up made you feel physically ill. Lies, most of it anyway. Who is this about? Who are they like, I swear he's a good guy?
Who was it? Someone said, Ellery said, Daniel Sherman Part 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Most top, it's always the London boys, and we're like, who the hell is this?
My first thought is Kit Harington, but I don't know. Probably not.
I was thinking either that or what's his name from the 1975, or it could be like Harry Styles. I don't know. It could be any of them, honestly.
Anna Todd's like, Harry Styles, yes, put him in the book.
Put him in the book. I didn't write. I'm actually shocked that neither of her stories were about a One Direction guy.
She's like, I have a whole series on that, darling. That makes me money. Let me write some more.
You've searched his name 1,000 times before, more than he's ever done himself, no doubt. And often the things that popped up made you feel physically ill. Lies, most of it anyway. Most tabloids were just reams of paper consisting of undistilled bullshit. I mean, that's true, but how do you... but true. I'll give that one to you. That's true. But still, he can't be doing the vanity search anyway, because there's no reception down here in the bowels of London Underground. It's just straight up way to say that. Whenever your husband caught you doing it, he'd roll his eyes. Wait. Is he our husband, or do we have a husband that we're about to be cheating on our husband with? Marcy?
I think Dawn, stay away from other men when you're married.
I think this is our husband, but I genuinely can't be sure. Whenever your husband caught you doing it, he'd roll his eyes, but hover slightly over your shoulder, morbidly curious, making noises of barely disguised exasperation. That's complete rubbish for a start. Oh, that's how we know. Yeah, we're already married. Okay. And that, seriously, where the hell do they get this stuff? Why do you read this crap? You twist the silver band on your ring finger and think about him, your husband, the man you love, the man who sometimes daydream, the man who you sometimes daydream is the man sitting across from you now. Wait, I'm so confused.
Or I think it's she would look up the person she's looking at right
shit.
now, and her husband would roll her eyes and be like, "Oh, stop looking at him."
But he was like, "That's rubbish." And where do they get this stuff? So it's like it was almost like he was saying it about himself. Like she was looking up stuff about him, and him being like, that's not true. I didn't do that." I also just saw who this is about, and I just about lost my mind. Hi, Anton.
Gosh. No.
I willingly clicked on a stream with the word celebrity and Wattpad and published book, so I feel like I had some idea of what I'm getting. It's the dead bird don't open, and he opens it. He goes, "Don't know what I expected." I don't want a husband. Yeah, not everybody reading this book wants. Some people reading the book would want a husband. I don't want Harry Styles being in anything Anatot is touched within a 10-foot pole. Fair, I agree with you. I just thought she was gonna go for it. Anton, run. Anton, welcome to hell. If Marcy's married to someone other than this person, her husband probably is Ned Nickerson. It's the only thing that makes it okay, right? The man who every woman seemed to be daydreaming about these days. You want to take one last guess on who it was?
Tom Hiddleston?
No, that would have at least made more sense. It's Jamie Dornan. 50 Shades of Grey. I know him as Graham from Once Upon a Time, and that's who he'll always be to me.
Oh, Jamie Dornan.
Or as the papers referred to him, married Northern Irish actor Jamie Dornan, 33. So we are married? Okay. As if he knows you're thinking about him, Jamie's mouth, partially hidden by a slowly returning beard, tilts up into a small half-smile before it settles again, his whole body returning to its natural state of relaxed nonchalance. When did he get on? Before you? After you? At the same stop? Your body thrums with something hot and needy as your eyes linger on him. That took it, well... God, the carriage smells like it. So this is fan fiction about a guy that got famous from a movie based on fan fiction of another movie.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. It's fan ficception. I guess.
All thanks to Stephanie Myers. Thank you, Stephanie Myers, for bringing Jamie Dornan to the forefront.
Yes. Thank you, Stephanie Myers. I'm so glad I'm reading this right now.
This is all your fault.
What a butterfly effect. Where was I? The carriage smells like it always does, a familiar thick marinade of engineering, earth, and people that settles over your clothes and permeates your skin. You gaze around to check if anyone else has noticed him yet, imagining the inevitable flood of requests for selfies and autographs that will follow if they have. Your body tightens in dread. You can't be a part of that if it happens. The very idea of it makes you coil and tense with nerves. You don't blame them for their fascination with him. You understand it because you have a similar fascination yourself, but the idea of Jamie being harassed and surrounded by strangers who all want a piece of him makes your gut feel like it's filled with living eels. Ugh. It's like your skin is crawling with 1,000 tiny burrowing creatures. Thankfully, though, he has his jacket buttoned to his throat and his collar up, managing to stay well below the surface of recognition. It's possible they're all far too distracted with virtual farm games on their phones to notice him anyway. This book is only 6, not even 7 years old. It is way too dated at this point. I've read books from like 30 years ago that don't even feel dated, and this is just like, hey, remember when everybody was playing Farmville? And I'm like, yeah, I guess so. Were people doing that in 2016? The central line isn't packed, but the carriage is still fairly crowded with shoppers and a few commuters who've decided to stay late to avoid the rush hour squeeze. As the train begins to slow, you stand up from the orange seat, hook your oversized tote bag over your shoulder, and steal a final glance in his direction. You're farther away now, but somehow you know he can sense you looking at him. And to prove you right, he slowly lifts his head and looks at you over the top of his clear-rimmed Wayfarer glasses. The depth of his eyes has always stunned you. They seem to have the ability to catch you in a snare and keep you there. So much seems to be in the look he's giving you now, cold and indifferent, with the smallest hint of malignancy. It makes the hair stand up on the back of your neck as goosebumps prickle down the bare skin of your arms and legs. You wonder momentarily if you've done something to upset him. Maybe staring at him this hard is what's making him angry. God, he must be tired of being stared at by now. Outside, the evening air of Holland Park is warmer and more enveloping than the drafty platform. You've gotten out one stop before your normal one. Your me-free day, as your husband had taken to calling it, had started with a meander down Portobello Road to your favorite vintage bookshop. You'd spent almost 2 hours running your fingers across the spines of well-worn, well-loved books. Reading, I too love to run my fingers over the spines of books. That's one thing I guess we have in common. Me and this protagonist. Reading your favorite sections of Gone with the Wind and Wuthering Heights while speculating about people who owned them before and what their favorite parts were. After buying a battered second edition of the latter, you'd taken the tube to Convent Garden for the facial and massage your husband had booked for you. Emerging relaxed and rejuvenated, you'd soon berated yourself for not arranging to have lunch with your old friend before the relaxation and rejuvenation, mainly as it had ended up being a terse affair in which you dodged questions about your husband's new job. You hadn't seen him for ages, but she'd spent the entirety of 2 courses and a cocktail questioning you about the job, which she seemed abnormally concerned with. In the back of your mind, you wondered if this was the real reason she had been desperate to arrange something. You tried to change the subject, but she kept steering you back to it. Sorry. Wanting to know how you both were going to cope with the move and the life-altering effect on it all. So he's our husband. We're acting like he's not in public because it's secret? I don't know. I'm confused. Why on earth was she so interested anyway? Her prodding and prying had felt particularly unseemly. It was out of genuine concern. Of that much you were certain. It wasn't out of genuine concern. That much you were certain. You known her a long time, and whenever she talked about any of her other friends' predicaments, she hadn't shown much empathy. Sarah was unmarried and continuously lamenting about how alone she was now that all of the old crowd had settled down and married, and yet at the same time asserting how perfectly content she was in her singledom. She seemed oblivious to the irony. Finally, you had relented. There's irony. Finally, you had relented and given her the briefest overview and the vaguest details possible. You loved your husband and supported him in all his career decisions. But when you broke it down and analyzed what this particular job might come to mean for your lives together, it wasn't something you enjoyed thinking about. In fact, you'd become a master at avoidance thinking. She had merely pursed her lips and nodded gravely in a way that confirmed all of your worst fears about everything. As you'd said your goodbyes to her outside the vegan restaurant she'd chosen, you decided that your next me-free day would be Sarah-free, too. You take a turn you haven't taken before. You know the area, and you know that if you walk the length of the road to the very end, it leads to the large Whole Foods there, 3 streets from home. The noises of people enjoying the last of the sun drift up and over the rich, dark brown fences that encase their expensive homes from their prying eyes of outsiders. The whole area was designed around that goal. The smell of barbecuing meat rouses your stomach from its post-vegan slumber and floods your taste buds with want. Apparently this writer is not vegan. A noise of shoes shuffling lazily along behind you startles you, and you turn your head. Jamie, your heart freezes and everything in your body screams for you to stop walking, but you don't. You can't. He's a little way behind you, not close enough to seem to be walking with you, which is maybe why you didn't notice him before, but close enough to feel like a presence. He walks more slowly than you, and the sound of his feet landing on the concrete echoes after yours, creating a rhythmic tremor between his sneakers and your sandals. As a test, you speed up the pace of your steps, and after a short lag, he does too. He's going to call out in a minute, surely? You wonder what he might say. You fantasized about what he might say if that ever happened. Ask for directions, perhaps? Say he's lost? You'd pretend you didn't know who he was. Then maybe he'd say that he saw you looking at him on the train and that something propelled him off after you. And then this thing would develop from there. Maybe he'd say he felt drawn to you in some way. Okay, this is ridiculous. You should stop and turn around. Don't sing the song. This is crazy, exciting and new, but crazy. He has followed you from the train and along a street you almost never walk down. He's stalking you. You, Jamie Dornan, didn't follow random women he saw on the train. The headlines, if something like this ever got out, you almost laugh as you imagine telling the story to your friends, to the friend you had lunch with, perhaps. Of course she'd love to hear something like that. You'd hate her to hear something like that. You can feel Jamie's eyes on you as you walk, maybe even tracing over the same parts of you that your husband does. Oh, the back of your neck, the crook of your shoulder, the length of your spine, the bare skin of your legs. You need to keep walking. You can't stop. You can't turn around. Thank you for distracting. Dinosaurs. Dinosaur conga line is happening.
And I'm reenacting the scene where this is her and this is Jamie, and he's following. It's like, oh, he's looking at your neck, your spine, your legs.
You can't stop. You can't turn around. You enter the Whole Foods, which is busy with sunburned Londoners, and head straight to the back of the store to grab your husband's favorite beer. You don't see Jamie anywhere around, and it occurs to you that maybe you've imagined the entire thing, putting the hazel-colored bottles in your basket. You move along the aisle to pick up some red wine for yourself, wine that your husband will help you drink when he's finished his beer. Then you'll lie together drinking on the couch and laugh about how Jamie Dornan stalked a woman he saw on the train all the way to Whole Foods. Either he's her husband or this is incredibly weird.
I think it's the incredibly weird part.
Okay. From the corner of your eye, you spot something, a movement so fleeting that you almost miss it. Yet the colors are the same as those he was wearing, the light blue jacket and the darker hue of the baseball cap, which you remember has an orange badge logo on the front that reads electric. The heat starts to creep and tingle over your body, and you swallow slowly, crossing hastily to the girl at the counter. As you give her your basket, she recognizes you and asks how you are, but you're too distracted to respond right away, busy scanning the heads of the taller men to see if any fit his silhouette. You take the beer bottles from her one by one and pack them into your bag, folding them inside the vintage Argyle sweater you bought your husband. As she hands you the wine, you apologize and smile back politely before furtively casting your eyes around the shop again. You're far more excited than you ever thought you would be at the idea of Jamie doing this, following you, wanting you. You fantasize about it too many times to count. You stifle a laugh because that surely makes you just like every other woman who'd fantasized about him, and you didn't want to be that to him. You always wanted to be more. You didn't care to think too much about the other women who wanted him. Your avoidance thinking extended to them too. You think the polite girl behind the counter again, shove your purse back into your bag and head out into the slightly darker evening. As you glance around the quiet street, you see no sign of your stalker hovering nearby, and you sense no eyes on you behind the nondescript glances of strangers. Perhaps you only imagined him in the store. Your body deflates slightly as you brush a hand through your hair to let your thoughts drift purposefully to your husband. So different from him, from Jamie, the man idolized and swooned over by millions. Swooned, what a ridiculous word. An image forms in your mind of teenage girls fainting at Beatles concerts, and you concede it's not that ridiculous. They couldn't be more different, your husband and him. Your husband liked sports more than you than you thought anyone ever could. Sang loudly in the shower, cried at the books on the TV, animal abuse charity advertisements, made love to you like he couldn't quite believe that you were real. Often held your Gabe.
It's fine.
Often held your face in his hands and told you how you were the best thing that ever happened to him. That man was your strength, who your heart and body belonged to. That man whose heart and body belonged to you. That is the man you are in love with. Married Northern Irish actor Jamie Dornan is just a fantasy. Home isn't far now. 2 streets and then a left turn onto your own. A pretty tree-lined stretch of Georgian houses that all look alike. You like this street. You've always felt at home here, and you'll be sad to say goodbye to it to move to a country you have visited a few times and liked, but aren't overly fond of it. The only alternative is to stay here without him, and that isn't an option at all. Plus, he wanted you with him. He'd said he needed you with him. He'd said he couldn't do it without you. He'd said. The street is quiet, and the sinking sun casts an eerie, witching hour light over the tops of the expensive parked cars that squeeze together along the edges of the pavement. A noise behind you startles you, making you realize that you're still tense and on edge. You suck in a deep breath before turning round slowly and then exhaling. It's just Doodles, the Smarts' cat, fighting with a plastic bag full of leaves.
Oh.
There's no sign of him, your stalker, and the quick beat of your heart slows down just a little. You wonder where he went. Dinner? A pint of Guinness? At the Iron Dog? It was only over the next street after all. In any case, your little prison? I don't know how to say that word. With Jamie Dornan, celebrity train stalker, is finished. It was fun while it lasted, though. Your body relaxed a little. A little forbidden ball of sexual tension that builds up whenever you think about him. Doesn't dispel. It continues to send pulses onto your blood and to your nerve endings. The house is complete darkness as you approach. Climbing the steps to the front door, you see immediately that they've been cleared of the leaves from the overgrown oak tree. That curtains the garden. So he did exactly what he promised. It makes you smile. Just enjoy your me-free day. I'll entertain myself. He'd told you this morning. Then I'll do all the things I promised you I'd do, he said with a small tilt of his mouth. You raised your eyebrow questioningly, and he had pretended to look offended. Baby, you'd be so bloody impressed by how much I get done when you're not here distracting me. Thank you?
What?
Wait. By that, you were sure he meant as soon as you left, he'd reach for the remote and turn on the football match. He'd recorded the morning he'd stretched out toward you and given you one of his distractingly perfect smiles and a glimpse of his distractingly perfect naked body under the brilliant white sheets of the bed. I love that dress on you, he whispered and kissed his way up your arm. You'd smiled. I know, that's why I'm wearing it today, so you'll think about me in it and miss me more. He narrowed his eyes and pulled you down to meet his mouth, sliding his tongue. Deepening the kiss. I always miss you. I always think about you, and I always miss you when you're not with me. Now go before I peel you out of this, and things happen. It's fine. Right now, the house is quiet, but it feels filled with sensation of something tense and electric as you close the door, lock the night air behind you. As you move through the space, you think you feel eyes on you again, but it's just your husband's scent filling the air. His personality and style is stamped on every inch of the home the two of you have made together. Touches of him are in the colors you've chosen, and touches of you are in the furnishings you bought together. You place his beer in the fridge, pour yourself a large glass of the rich dark wine, and drape your sweater over the dining chair so he'll see it when he gets home. You check your phone to see if there's any messages from him, either apologizing or saying where he'd gone and whether you should eat without him. But it's not like you're hungry anyway. Wine and a bath is what you need to ease away some of the tension until he gets home. You leave your phone downstairs because you don't want to be distracted, but also in case you find yourself tempted to Google Jamie Dornan again, specifically to see if anyone spotted him on the Central Line or following some woman around Holland Park. As scent rises from the steam, you sip on the wine and rest the glass on the edge of the bath. Still, the steam does nothing to ease the heat in your body. Heat that has partly to do with how today's sun seeped into your bones, but it's mainly to do with him. You wonder why he didn't follow you after the store. Were you supposed to do something else? Act differently? Maybe you were supposed to turn around and act like you didn't know him? Is that what he wanted you to do? You turn off the taps and leave the bath to cool, slightly walking behind the ballroom to undress. The movement is almost completely soundless. As you sense someone behind you, you manage a small, short gasp. You okay?
What is happening?
I think Jamie Dornan is our husband, but we're doing this one little pretend like we don't know each other in public thing because it's a secret or because we're just into that. I don't know. I'm not judging people.
Interesting. Okay. I was confused.
I was very confused for a minute because the way that it's written is very confusing. Oh, my back just popped when I moved. That did.
Oh,
I wasn't
no.
expecting that. Slides a hand over your mouth and pulls you tight to his body. Don't scream, he says quietly, pressing his lips to your neck. You know it's him. You know it's him immediately. Why is this creepy? This is supposed to be like cute. This is not cute. This is creepy.
This is weird.
I'm confused. I mean, I'm not. They're married, but like I'm so confused.
Oh gosh, this is like the third story in a row where we're like, what is happening?
Oh, we've hit the rough patch. The very rough patch. We're doing that.
Oh.
Okay, hang on. Let me skirt around this in an interesting way. You can taste the salt from his fingers on your lips. Breathe, just breathe. I'm not going to hurt you, he tells you, the soft, promising tone, and your eyes close in a bliss. You let out a deep breath like he ordered you to. Maybe you should be afraid. Fight him a little. Maybe that's what he wants. Part of you fight. Soft kisses on your neck. The place where your husband likes to kiss you too. This isn't your husband. But there's no way it's not. But don't make it. Why do you have to make it more confusing? You could have just written this in a way that was cute and not confusing. I just have questions. How did you get in here? You ask. He clutches softly. Facial hair. God, this is payback for me laughing at you having to deal with the last one.
Oh gosh. Cut, the director yells. Okay, we're finishing up filming the scene. Everything's fine.
Am I Dakota Johnson right now? Because I'm confused. Why aren't you afraid? He replies. That familiar Irish lilt you know so well washing over you. Should I be afraid? Of course you know you should be. And if this was anyone but him, you know you would be. Yet the only thing you feel right now is excitement, dangerous, intoxicating excitement. He lowers his hand to your neck. A man follows you home, breaks into your house through a downstairs window, and now has his hand around your throat. Why wouldn't you be afraid? He makes You don't scare me, you tell him defiantly. So brave, so bloody brave. What's happening? How did I get here? How is this my life?
I was watching Fate Stay Night Unlimited Blade Works, and there was one character who's like, this is the worst timeline. This is the best timeline. This is a timeline.
This is a timeline for sure. How am I everything you imagined? His soft, hot whisper clenches your inside. Sorry, that's just so stupid. Jamie, please, what? He sounds sadistic now. Oh boy. Oh, yeah. This is it's a role play, which is fine. Not judging anybody. Just confused as to why I'm here.
Why? This is. I thought this was gonna be more of an SFW book, but I guess not.
I kind of knew. I had a feeling something was gonna get here, but I kind of were like.
Anna Todd is somewhere going, good.
Poor Jamie Dornan. He hasn't gone through enough. I'm a work in progress, he chuckles, and you feel his mouth on the crook of your shoulder. His tongue is doing stuff.
Oh, it just reminds me of that JoJo reference where the guy's like balancing a marble in his mouth and he's like, oh,
God.
That's what I'm imagining him doing. And I'm just like, oh, that makes it better.
Thank you for that mental image. You really broke in through a window? You want to laugh at the thought of that, but you don't because it would ruin this moment. A twisted as twisted as it might be, you're enjoying it, as is he. The heat and the room is filled with the scent of lavender and the spice of his cologne and the sorry, and the heat of both yours and his desire.
Oh my gosh. Oh gosh. Yeah.
You hear the smile of his voice as he says, "Nah, it was open." And his hands travel up the back of your dress. I thought, weren't we all? No, I don't need to know. I thought we had already undressed, but now we have a dress, and I just have questions. I just have continuity questions. It has nothing to do with anything else other than that. Wait, what's happening? Milo is like, do not want. Dollar Tree is to blame. Dollar Tree is to blame. You know, I'm to blame, but also me walking into the Dollar Tree is to blame.
Side note: everyone's naming the dinosaurs after Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Okay,
characters.
I saw Avatar: The Last Airbender characters as I looked up from my pain. They really are good at getting right to that edge of what's too far to write about a real person as far as like what they feel like they're afraid of legally. Pretty funny. This is supposed to feel wrong. This isn't your husband. How long did you follow before? You ask, wondering only now if it had been before the train. After the massage, your body tightens deliciously. Then you're very good at this. You want to see him now. Touch him now. As you try to turn your body, you think of a moment he isn't going to let you, but then your grip loosens and twists you. Your eyes are dark with desire as you recognize, and he runs. His tongue slowly over your bottom lip, which is just I did the same thing. Again, this is some people's thing. This is not my thing. You know, on this segment of Ellery edits the unedited fanfics that go published in an actual anthology. They took off the outer layer, but there was a slip underneath. Thank you, Ellery. Thank you for being our guide on this very strange journey. It really did. A lot of these just really needed some editing.
Yeah.
Christ, you're so bloody beautiful, he whispers. You drop your eye to his perfect pink mouth. My husband will be home soon. You purse your lips to hide a smile. You think I could take him. When you look up, the look in his eyes turns wicked. You pretend to think about it. Not sure he's strong and very protective. Possessive, too. He'd probably kill you for this. Wild thing to say. His gaze changes, softening slightly for a moment. But then the other look comes back across his eyes. Dark and hot. Sorry.
With the heat of desire.
Oh my god, it's not. I swear I'm not like. I swear I'm not judgy to what people are into. I just find this very badly written. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm too judgy. Maybe it's too late at night. I don't know. I'm sorry. Christ, he really is good at this. Too good. Then we better be quick about it. He smiles and lowers his gaze down to your body. I'm just thinking about when Emma found out that the spoiler alert, that Queen Regina was sleeping with the huntsman, who was also Jamie Dornan, and she liked him too, and she caught him sneaking out of her bedroom window, and it was drama.
Oh, the drama.
Every inch of his face often really curls and his forehead that he picked up as a child. The long Grecian nose, twice broken, which now sits slightly at the right. The perfect cut of his beard that he says his face looks weird without. As he walks you backward toward the bed and pushes you down. It's almost over. It's almost over. It's almost over.
Almost over.
He shakes his head. This dress looks perfect from every angle, you know. But I thought. Now what are we wearing?
I think it's still just the underdress.
Oh, I thought we took that off too? I'm so confused.
Ellery's just like, as the continuity expert, pay attention.
I'm sorry. Ellery did not sign up to be our scripty, but he is here, and he is along for the ride. He tells you quietly as his hands up. Yep. He takes his pants off.
Oh.
It was a whole thing of text that just basically boils down to he took his pants off. The silver of his wedding band glints in the dim light of your bedroom. The same wedding band that you'd put on his finger 2 years ago. You smile. Well, my husband likes it. The dress. That was a ride. Now it's panties, garter, bodysuit, something of that. Thank you, Ellery. It's such a nesting doll of clothes.
Oh gosh.
Oh god. Oh god. I'm tired. That wasn't even that long, but I'm just tired. When we pick up next time, I assume we're picking up next time.
Yes.
We did get to almost a little over 102 pages after all of that. Or actually, yeah, 102 pages.
Go
Good for
team.
us.
Go
After
us.
everything, we could not be stopped.
And look at all the dinosaurs I made.
Can I put this one in the thanks? I hate it. Am I being too hard on it? Am I don't know. Maybe I'm being too harsh. Maybe I'm just tired. It's over. I mean, that's not just an outfit. I mean, is that no? You could say every outfit is a nesting doll of clothes. Technically, yeah. That's a new. That I'm never gonna not think of that when I'm getting ready now.
Oh gosh.
Like I'm donning my nesting doll of clothes. How's chat doing? Milo's not a fan. Ew. And then this.
Everyone's more focused on the dinosaurs. There was one named Charles, a non-Avatar character.
Texas censored. Texas redacted. Ahsoka's the long hair. Oh, we're still talking about. I like that you guys are just like dinosaurs, and I'm over here like, huh? What am I reading?
You get to suffer in silence while we're talking about fun dinosaurs. Hey, hey.
I think it's both incredibly weird and yes, it is incredibly well. Again, I'm not going to judge married consenting people who do what they want to do. I just wonder why I had to read it. That's my only question. Why am I here? We're married in 50 Shades guy is the celebrity, but they're implying he's not the husband. Yeah, so I was going on the same journey as Ellery. I was like, maybe, but am I wrong? I don't know.
I was confused. I was like, no, that's totally wrong. She just met him on the subway. Wait, why are we going? Or what is that? Wait, he's following her? Oh, wait, he is the husband the whole time.
Did not like that story. Milo says, I'm not dead yet, but these books still try. This book still tries.
Oh my gosh. Gonna wake up in the middle of the night with imagines over you, just trying to clamp the pages down on your face. Oh?
Oh.
Oh, don't tell me.
I won't tell you who the next one is about. I'll just let you figure it out.
Oh gosh. The next time.
So they were like, yes, they were role playing, it was a consenting. It wasn't like anything like this is how low my standards are with Wattpad writing. It's like there was no like non-cod or underage or like it was fine in that regard. I didn't like it.
At least we didn't have to say Tyra, she's 15.
That did make it better. That did make it substantially better. Yes, it was like a all I was thinking about was that at that episode, it's actually a couple different episodes of Modern Family where Phil and Claire are doing their weird role play thing, but then it never works out because it always just ends up being like hijinks ensues.
Oh no.
Role playing can be fun if it's not this. Yeah, like I'm not judging anybody for role playing. Why was it's the way that it was written to be so confusing. I get why they were trying to make it like, oh, we're cheating on our husband, but then we weren't. But then like they straight up just said like it's not your husband, and I was just like, you could have at least been like, oh, playing along. And then we would have been like, ah, I see what's happening. This is what the Imagine is for.
Whoa. We gotta imagine everything.
Oh, yay. Con, non-con. Oh, yay. Half joking. Yeah. I was just hiking the modern. I was just, thinking of the I was just thinking of the Modern Family episodes where they, like, try to be like, oh, I'm role-playing as the mistress that meets you in the bar, and then it always goes wrong because they're them.
I can imagine my husband stalking. Oh, at the crew.
Thanks, Gabe, for acknowledging Charles. He needs it. He needed it sometimes.
Yes, we have Charles here.
He's a forgotten part of the group.
Thank you, Charles. Even though he was included in this conga line of Avatar: The Last Airbender characters, this is Charles. Hi, Charles.
You guys want to see something scary? We're not quite half done with this book. This is how far we are in the book. We're 266 pages in. I think the next one has potential to be cute. I hope.
Fingers crossed.
Just based on this person's like persona. It's very different from Jamie Dornan's persona. And I feel like it's to be like, oh, that's just the Chris Evans level of just like, that's silly but cute. I think from the 3 words that I saw in the name, I'm hoping for it.
Yes.
I could spend all day naming Gabe's dinosaurs. There's a huge that gave them a basket. They're in a basket because there were too many of them for the desk. So I figured we could put them in the basket and they could have a home and rotate out.
Yay!
And I've been taking pictures of them and posting them on their own little place in the subreddit.
Oh. Let's see, how many did I make? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
We need the last 4 digits of your
12, 13, 14,
need
16.
Okay, PayPal to make sure you're the right person. We need the whole SSN. That feels. Esmeralda, is that a name for a dinosaur?
Oh, which one's Esmeralda?
Send me a picture and I'll name all of them. I'll take a picture before I forget. I'll put it on the. So yeah, that was something.
That was a book with words.
It wasn't even the whole book. That was just a story.
That was a story. That was an anthology.
We might cross the threshold. Oh, you didn't do anything wrong. We might cross the threshold of halfway point next week.
Yay! Go team.
That was a thing that exists. I'm putting that directly in the thanks. I hate it. I think I speak for most of us at least. Yeah, it's not that there was even anything like, I don't even know. It's just a married couple just doing things that they're into, but also, why was it written so weird and confusing? Well, it's been an eventful day. It sure has.
It has.
No, I really hate it. Okay, yeah. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. Don't want to give the impression that I am a fan. Just trying to process what I just read.
Oh, Nick Bateman.
I for one second forgot that his name was Nick, and I said Nate Bateman, and Google said who, and I was like, how dare you, this man that I didn't know existed before last hour when you started reading that story.
Oh gosh, I just want Nick to like read a part of that story that he's in and just kind of watch his reaction, because I just feel like,
yeah, you see this confused look on Jamie's face. It's just my face dealing with this story, just like, huh?
What is going on here on this day?
Well, I hate it because he's actually a pretty good actor, and like he was so great as Graham, who had his issues but was not toxic Christian Grey, and I'm just like, no, that man deserves better than whatever this was that he ended up being in. I hope he gets to be in something bigger than that. Oh, all the 50 Shades things are coming up when I look up his name.
Oh no. Oh my, oh my. Oh, Avery, why are you still scrolling? No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
This whole book goes next to Model Land. So, next to Model Land.
Like slightly above next to Model Land.
This is pretty bad. But this is still, I would say, on the whole, better than Model Land. Because there are parts of the book where I'm like, oh, that was genuinely nice. That was a nice little story. That was just silly and sweet and kind of harmless. Model Land, every page of Model Land was bad.
Oh god, this book is doing a good job of making me want to read Model Land.
I'm
Oh my gosh,
Oh God,
no.
don't do it.
Don't do
We
it.
started watching the 3-hour Too Stupid to Hate video by what's his name as we were waiting for the internet to come back on while we were just sitting here. Almost as bad as that one took it almost as bad as Model N. That one used up a lot of the grace that some of the earlier books had afforded it. Whoop. Perry, hang on, honey. I'm having a mental breakdown.
Oh.
I'm not. I'm just, you know.
Oh, okay.
Whatever the literary version of being like, this reminds me of when I had a mental breakdown.
Oh no.
It's okay. Mental health is important.
Yes, all the mental health, all the mental health, all the mental health.
Now put your hands up.
Up in the club just woke up. Making a Tina S noise.
Yeah, so this is this is the current list.
Oh gosh. I feel bad that Rebel Wilson is at the bottom.
I feel bad too. It's nothing against Rebel Wilson. It's really just the story. It was a lot. It was the weird poop joke that went that took it down from the here to here for me. For chat's interest, if anybody's wondering, not that anybody's wondering, but before we sign off, I will say this is our going tier list. I will keep everybody updated. At the top, we have the Benedict Cumberbatch story that was just a cute little cozy murder mystery with Benedict Cumberbatch there, and nothing really creepy happened, at least with us and Benedict. Then we have So Bad It's Great is Kimi K fending off misogynist with selfies, and Zac Efron running in and being like, I love you, I've been obsessed with your singing all week, please let me sing in your, please let me help you coach these children into singing High School Musical, even though we don't acknowledge that I didn't sing on that album at all. Oh my god, covering your books in paper is almost more embarrassing than openly reading something risque because people are going to assume the worst. I know, right? How do you like the 3-hour review so far? We only got to see about 10 minutes of it, but it was very good. The 10 minutes that we saw. Have you heard the scandal about her fashion line after losing weight and failing to make anything bigger than I believe? Oh, I did not know about that. I really did not. I really don't know anything about Rebel Wilson as a person. These are not commentaries by any means on the person. It's really just the story that happened to have the person in them. To none of their control. The silly but cute. We have the Chris Evans in the airport. We have the Kylie Jenner being locked in the bathroom over here, and then this one is the Norman Reedus, Mrs. Norman Reedus one, where it's like we live in Sonoy, and it's like okay, have fun with that. But it was cute.
It's quiet. Are you sure?
Then we have it was okay. The J-Law, the drinking and karaoke with J-Law. We have very very boring with the Daniel. Sorry, Daniel. It was Anna Todd did you really dirty. And then we have Thanks I Hate It. We have the name the TikTok kid.
Oh, Cameron Dallas.
Cameron Dallas, Rebel Wilson because of the poop joke. We have the Nick Bateman because what was that? And we have the Jamie Dornan one because what was that?
Australian actors, actresses, voice actors, and actresses that Avery doesn't know too much about.
Probably a lot of them. My mind immediately goes to Dacre Montgomery because I met him and he's super sweet.
Oh yeah, from
and he's
Stranger
a really
Things.
good actor.
And Power Rangers.
Rebel lost a lot of weight and then made an athletic wear line that only came in like 3 sizes and none of them were for plus. Oh, that's helpful.
How could she? Maybe she's like, oh, I'm just starting out with the line and I just didn't want to use a lot of material, so I'm saving money. I don't know. That's what I assume.
That's what she would probably try. I don't know anything about the situation. I don't want to put words in her mouth, but that's a lot.
I'm putting words in Rebel Wilson's mouth. Dang it.
Cover when I read Twilight because I didn't want to be judged in high school. I mean, did anybody just like in grade school be like, I'm gonna make fun book covers for all of my books? And like I went through like that phase of like, I'm gonna be retro and like put the paper cover on it. And my mom was like, I did that in school too. And it was just like, oh, cute and wholesome. And then the other kind of that is just like, I'm reading erotica in public and I don't want anybody to know.
Oh, I didn't know about that. I just know about like hardcover book covers where you would have to have them in school or something, and I would have them in different colors and be like, the green one is my science book.
Oh yeah, the binder is, yes, the green
Yeah.
one is science. That is correct.
Yes.
The green one is science. Everybody has a opinion on this. The green one is science. The yellow one is English. The blue one is history. The red one is math.
Oh, okay.
I might have had those swapped, but something like that. And then the orange one is like social studies / creative writing, because I always put those in the same one for some reason.
Oh, social studies. History.
Well, that was the excuse, but like there was a lot of backlash because it comes for plus size people to lose. Yeah, nothing. Green science, red math, blue English, orange social studies. Okay, we were close. The only difference is I firmly put my English ones in the yellow folder. I was the only one picky about this because I have synesthesia, which means that when things have to go in a sequence, my brain just goes, oh, they all have their own different color now. But then I found out that everybody's equally picky about where which folders go for which subject. It all began. I had this dream to one day do this giant project where I track down like all the back episodes of like some soap opera and just watch all of them.
Oh gosh, I know Chris Hemsworth is in a soap opera.
A lot of people were on Neighbors. I think Neighbors was the one that everybody. I know Neighbors was the one that Margot Robbie was on.
Oh, and Chris Hemsworth was always also on Dancing with the Stars Australia and was like in the bottom every week before going home. Look at him now.
I will accept blue for math and or I will accept blue for math and red for history. I will accept those being swapped. I'm indifferent on which one goes where.
Oh, Chris Hemsworth was in Home and Away.
Okay. I haven't seen either of those shows, so they blend together in my brain. I know they're just Australian soap. It's like
they're all the same.
It's sort of like how American soap operas all blend together, because it's like, yeah, which one is Guiding Light, and which one is Bold and the Beautiful, and which one is Young and the Restless, and which one of those three is a spin-off of one of the other two. You'll never know. I still don't know, and my mom watched like all of those shows.
Oh gosh, and when I visit my family in Wisconsin, my mom and grandma love to watch soap operas, and I'm just like, this is so dramatic.
It is. They are funny to watch, though.
You slimy dog. What are you talking about? No, that was my twin.
Who here remembers when we read? Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Who here remembers when we played the second Nancy Drew game where it's Stay Tuned for Danger, and she's trying to help this soap opera star who's getting death threats.
Oh.
And there's a cutscene where she's watching them rehearse. Or no, they're filming, and it's like this woman has won 6 Emmys. How good is her acting? And it's just this really clunky animation with this really half-hearted dialogue where she's like, "No, Rick, I have to talk to you. I don't want to see you, Serena. No, Rick, don't go. I love you." It's so funny.
Oh,
and we
my
quoted that for the
God.
longest time when we were on stream, because it was like, it's not 6 Grammys good, but I mean, I'll take it. No,
God.
don't go. I love you. It's the pinnacle of acting. I was never a soap opera lady. She's a TV movie lady. My grandma is really big into TV movies. My mom was really big on like Guiding Light, Bold and the Beautiful, Young and the Restless. And then as far as like nighttime soap operas go, there's one called Providence, which is it's about Providence, Rhode Island, and all the people that live in that town. And my mom started watching it because it was her birth town, and then she got completely obsessed with it. And it went off when I was still little, but I remember it. And I found out the other day that James Roday Rodriguez was the from Psych. He was on he was one of the boyfriends, and I was like, no one knew who he was back then. He was just a little baby.
Little baby. Did I see Phoebe Tonkin, Curry behind Angus McLaren from H2O were in Home and Away along with Luke Mitchell. Who's Angus and who's Luke? Was one of them like the love interest of those two? I remember the one guy was like their friend and he was kind of a nerd, but then Phoebe Tonkin's character was like, oh, he's kind of cute, and I'm just like, this is unrealistic. Phoebe Tonkin falling in love with just a random nerd.
Maybe she.
I don't know. I don't know.
I like Judge
Lewis.
and Amy. Lewis is Angus McLean. Oh, Lewis. Yes, Lewis.
Lewis.
Bless Lewis.
Lewis.
I've been having really bad carpal tunnel, and I just
Oh,
felt my
no.
thumb just like actually like pop into place, and I was like, oh, that feels better than it's felt in a while.
Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
thank goodness.
Thank goodness.
It's daylight savings time tonight for North America.
Oh,
My
yeah.
god.
At 2 a or instead of going from 1:59 to 2 a.m., it's 1:59 to 3 a.m.
Well, my block was supposed to be at 2 o'clock. What do I do?
Aren't they supposed to be getting rid of daylight savings time? I thought there was like a bill
They
that they were
always say that
making.
they will. I might just have to catch up tomorrow on Sunday and just be like, Sunday is my day off. Just catch up on Sailor Moon and chill.
Sailor Moon.
Yiniko with day. Oh, Shokyo? That's the only thing I can say, and I probably said it very wrong, but that's her catchphrase. It means, in the name of the moon, I will punish you. Which they really nerfed in the American version because she says, I will right wrongs and fight for justice. And it's like, it was cooler when you said, in the name of the moon, I'll punish you.
The only phrase in Japanese I remember is that "Omae wa now shinderu." Nani? Get rid of actor or actress wearing Home and Away or Neighbors Avery.
Get rid of. Oh, okay.
Oh, used to be a. Oh.
Oh, okay.
Good night, Anton.
Good night, guys. We'll get off too because it's 11 and Gabe has suffered enough today.
Nah, it's fine. Well, I mean, I used up like all of Avery's tissues. I'm
you?
sorry,
It's not like
Avery.
I have a literal closet full of tissues.
I'm sorry, Avery.
We're just getting off, Patrick. You missed some truly horrible, horrible stories.
Oh gosh, you saved yourself, Patrick. Here, you get the prize of dinosaurs. Look at all the cute dinosaurs. This one's name is Charles.
Although I am saying, I remember why I absolutely love and hate anthologies, because my ADHD loves a good anthology, because by the time I'm bored with a story, it's over and another one starts, right? On the other hand, there's never been an anthology that I've read where like every single one is solid, right? Because you've got like a bunch of different writers working on all different concepts. One of my favorite anthologies that I read and was A Tyranny of Petticoats, and that one was good, but still there are still stories in there where I'm like, some of these just really hit. Like, this is really good, and some of them are just like, ugh. This one did not hit. This was not it. And daylight savings, hiss, yes.
Yes.
When we fall back, I don't mind it, because then it's like, I gained an hour, and I feel like I'm always running behind, so then I feel like I have extra time. But when we spring forward, I'm like, this is bullshit. My time blindness is bad enough. I don't need to be losing an hour out of nowhere. Australian media is pretty wild. Very entertaining, though. Losing an hour is bad for your heart. Yeah. Well, anyway. On that note, I hope everybody sleeps and does not have nightmares.
About Nick Bateman with a bow staff.
It was more the Jamie Dornan one. I'm just gonna be like, I'm gonna hear a bump in the night. I'm gonna be like, Jamie's breaking into my house.
Jamie, get out of here. We don't want you here.
Jamie, I divorced your ass 5 years ago. Get out of my house.
Jamie, what are you doing here? No, Jamie, I don't have the potatoes.
You have a beautiful Irish accent, and you're very pretty. But honestly, please stop. Get out of my house.
Arizona doesn't have daylight savings time. Yeah, I heard about that.
Nice. I wish we could stay like this with time. I know. Well, let's see what happens tomorrow, and if we're all like lagged out from that, maybe if I feel like it, since I think I finally got the majority of my client. Well, I got most of my client work done. I'm probably just gonna edit tomorrow, and then maybe if I have time at night, I'll be like, if I feel like reading, I'll read something, and if not, I'll take a night off and just be like, here's the next week's schedule. But anyway, thank you guys for being here with us. Thank you, especially if you were here for the stream that failed and didn't go anywhere. The stream that is here, we read the one story, but it was just so short, so it's gonna be the shortest thing on my channel, on the shortest live VOD on my channel for a while. And then this one where we read some just true
I think we had like
garbage.
I think like 3 of the 4 stories that we read went into the bottom.
This is such a weird thing, because like if you're going to put out a book like this, put out a fandom book. If you want to do this and you want it to do well, put out like an Imagines of like Marvel characters, right? Because then everybody's gonna be kind of in the fandom. You're gonna at least like feel like you're kind of scrolling Wattpad, although why not just scroll Wattpad instead of buying the book? I don't know. But like this is just a mismatch of like I genuinely at no point in any of the stories do I have any clue what's coming next.
Keep it all in the same nerd fandom.
Yeah, keep it in one fandom. Do like
parallel universes in this timeline.
Yeah, we all love a good AU. It's a staple of fandom. Do like one of these that's like Star Wars. Do one of these that's like whatever. Like just from a business standpoint. But for fandom ones, you'd have to get licensing.
Oh.
I know, but like this can't happen again.
We need better material.
Everybody is already trying to choose the next crazy book we read after this, and we've got much more of this.
Yeah.
We've got more. With celebrities, you only have to kiss celeb ass and not defamation. Some of these, if I were James Jordan, I would feel defamed.
How dare you?
How dare you?
How dare you say those things about me? None of them are true.
If I also with Nick Bateman, I'd be like, I feel defamed.
Nick Bateman is like, who is this person? Why is this story so extensive? It's the second longest chapter we've read so far, other than the Kim Kardashian one.
The Kim Kardashian ones are genuinely glorious to the point where I'm like, did the Kardashians write them?
Yes, I was able to take down the patriarchy.
Plot twist. All of these writers are just the pseudonyms of the actors that they are about, and this is them writing fanfic about themselves.
Oh my gosh. I can't believe it.
Oh my god. So yeah, read at least through this one. We're gonna have to just have at least one stream where we have Gabe over to read books to like cleanse, and then we'll be like, look, Gabe, we're gonna read the Twilight Saga together, or whatever horrible thing we decide to do next.
Oh,
but
gosh.
in between that, now that we've finished Imagines, we need to cleanse from Model Land and Imagines with like Dinotopia.
Yay.
And like I don't know, one of the fun Goosebumps books that has a dinosaur, or like I actually have a couple of books. Oh, like the Magic Treehouse where they go back and they learn about pterodactyls.
Oh yeah, I remember the treehouse.
And it's just like a cleanse palette where we just read a bunch of short, cute little kids books, and we're like, this is what
nice.
reading is like. And then it's just like, boom.
On to the next one.
Anna Todd is famously both Kylie Jenner and an obscure British man. Oh, yeah, obviously. Although that Kylie Jenner one, while being nothing special, it was definitely much better than I expected from Anna Todd.
Yeah.
It at least wasn't like Tookie and Bravo levels of creepy. Fangirl's Guide to the Galaxy, a handbook for girl geeks you should read with Natasha. We should read. We could also read it with Gabe. It says right in the beginning, you don't have to be a girl to be a girl geek. It's a It's a book that Patrick sent me, The Fangirl's Guide to the Galaxy. It's really cute. It's just like a big handbook about like being in fandoms, and like it's geared towards girls who are like in male dominated fandoms, but it can be for like anybody, and just like normalizing like being a fangirl for like I think like kids and teens. It's just cute. It looks very cute. It has very cute illustrations.
Oh, okay.
For Anna Todd, it wasn't bad, but for anyone else, it was mid. Oh yeah, no, for sure. Anna Todd, I'm so sorry to be this mean, but Anna Todd is just not, in my opinion, a very good writer.
Chris Hemsworth is in the Saddle Club as a rude vet, and his brother Luke is in a later EP. Oh yes, Luke, the eldest brother, who everyone kind of forgets about.
Oh, but my favorite is the fictional brother that they made up in The Good Place, Larry Hemsworth, who gets his heart continuously broken by Tahani Ajamil, and his life is just like falling apart.
Oh no.
Hybrids are cute. Yeah, I've actually done a video. It's one of the more popular videos on this channel about the Chris Hemsworth Saddle Club. I've not done the Luke episode. But the Chris Hemsworth one I did. Well, what, a couple of years ago now? A year ago? I forget. But it's up there, and it's a thing that I did.
I I remember Luke Hemsworth was in a movie with Maggie Q, and she's like, "Wait a second, this is a videotape of me," and I get unalived. What's going on, Luke Hemsworth? And he's like, "I don't know. What are you talking
Well,
about?"
everybody's talking about Liam in a negative way now because he's suing Miley Cyrus for defamation over the song "Flowers."
Wait, didn't he cheat on her though, and that's why she wrote the song?
I guess so. He's saying it's defamation, which is funny because I did not even consider that it was even. I probably should have, but like I'm not like following the lives of Liam Hemsworth and Miley Cyrus, so I like didn't hear that song and immediately go, "Ooh, Liam Hemsworth tea." I just was like, "Oh, this is a good song," and I'm like, "Well, now it'll always be the Liam Hemsworth cheated on me song."
Yeah,
what did you do that for?
Because apparently the song where Bruno Mars is like, "I should have bought you flowers, then held your hand,"
Yeah.
and then she's like, "I can buy my own flowers," and so that's the first time I heard of flowers. So just I instantly am like, "Oh, she's kind of like, you know what? I could do this all on my own." Why would Liam Hemsworth do that? I'm so sad. I like them together in the last song, that Nicholas Sparks novel movie.
Did you know that movie was Nicholas Sparks was commissioned to write the book so that it could be a movie for Miley Cyrus to be guest star in? I learned this from, I think it was another deep dive video actually. I'll just show you more deep dive videos when you come back over. But basically Miley Cyrus in like 2008 or 9 or whenever that movie came out, she really, really, really wanted to leave Disney Channel. She did not want to do more Hannah Montana. And Hannah Montana was hugely successful at the time. And they were like, "No, please, we'll do anything." And she's like, "I want to be like a bigger actual like movie star." And they were like, "Okay, if we like get you in a movie, will you do another season of Hannah Montana?" And so that was like the compromise, apparently. So Nicholas Sparks was called by basically somebody with ties to Disney and was like, "Can you write a book that's going to be a movie where Miley Cyrus is going to play the protagonist?" So he wrote the book knowing that this is the character that Miley Cyrus is going to play in a movie.
Oh my
gosh. And I just think that's so wild.
And I really liked her acting in that movie too.
She's very, Miley Cyrus is way more talented than I think people remember. But yeah, it's I don't know a whole lot about it. I thought it was fake news. I was like, "There's no way that's true." And then I saw Emily D. Baker starting to like talk about like she's like, "I gotta get things together. This is gonna be crazy to cover. I want to cover this as a lawyer." And so I was just like, "Oh, how's that gonna work? That's not gonna work. Well, you can't write a mean song about me where you don't mention my name."
Yeah, and talk about buying yourself flowers and holding your own hand.
It's not even a mean song. I'm not even sure what specific part he's allegedly suing over.
Yeah, I haven't looked up the whole song, so it's like Liam Hemsworth, the B word. I don't know.
Both Sophie Maud is such an underrated actress. She comes from an acting dynasty. Her siblings are actors too. Sophie's cool. I actually don't know who that. I'm not sure off the top of my head who that is. Anyone else remember Maggie Q being in Nikita? I
remember seeing commercials for Nikita, but never actually seeing it. And then Maggie Q was also in one of the Divergent movies. She was like an important character.
How about a Disney made-for-TV movie, The Pink Ranger, is a 1950s ghost who died on the way to prom and is 1990 helping the kid reasons. Oh, that's Susie Q. I've heard people talk about that. I actually need to look it up. It's been on the list for a while. I've never actually seen it. But yeah, we'll let you guys go. We'll let Gabe go home and scream in the car and just be like,
No, I'm not gonna do that.
Nikita together every night when it was airing. I'll look that up. I feel like I should know what that is, but I'm blanking. Maybe my brain's just mush right now because I just can't. I
can't fathom this. I remember my mom's sister and I used to watch Lost back when it was good, and then they found The Hatch, and then we stopped watching, and it's a good thing we did because it just got crazy after that.
Danielle and I are eventually doing a podcast about Susie Q. Oh, that'll be fun.
Oh, cool.
Very cute. But thank you guys.
Thank you all for being here.
Thank you for being here. We will presumably see you next week, assuming that, I don't know, maybe a meteorite will take out my Wi-Fi next week.
Oh gosh, no.
I will go back and make sure that the shorter VOD from earlier today gets edited down so that the last 20 minutes of us just being like, and just like unfreezing is just not there to waste anybody's time. But thank you for being there for that. Thank you for being there for the one that we didn't get to do anything because we immediately got yeeted off our own stream because the internet was down. And thank you for being here for this one. We will see you next week for more chaos. I have to go and update our progress on Goodreads and let everybody
Yay.
know that I'm scarred for life.
No.
We've covered, there's more, like, I knew that there were, like, a lot of, I know that this is a big book, but, like, we've covered many stories, like, so there's a lot, and we're not even halfway done, so I'm just like, God, who isn't in this book? On one hand, I'd be grateful if I wasn't in this book, but also I'd be like, man,
Why wasn't I in an anthology
I
book?
didn't make the list. Why did Cameron Dallas get one and I didn't?
Oh gosh.
Good night, guys. Thank you all. We appreciate you. Enjoy your P.O. Box goodies. Thank you. I have to go and check it. I'll probably do that on Monday. But yeah. Bye, guys.
Bye. Thank you for being here.